Hey guys, it's Ricky, the Dungeon Master for Slice and Dice. Now, if you do not know already, we do record these live every Saturday at 5:30 Pacific time over at twitch.tv/RickyParamore. We do this cool little thing where we allow you to redeem channel points, give players advantage on specific roles. If you ever wanted to change the direction or fate of the game, come swing by and come have some fun, hang out with us while we play some Dungeons and Dragons. Also, if you're feeling a little chaotic evil, you can also give me a buff, which can result in perhaps some more bad guys coming about or the boss taking an extra turn. If you're feeling that kind of a bit of craziness in your life, come swing by and let it out on some innocent D&D players. Either way, come swing by. We have a fun time. We do also have a Discord. The link will be in the description down below. So if you're looking to kind of interact with us, ask us questions, generally talk about the game, that's the best place to do it. Other than that, I do hope you go on to enjoy the video. So first and foremost, last session, Heroes of Holman had made their way into the Lawnbon Manor and had proceeded to start to deal with some bandits. They found a very northern style bandit captain that almost completely destroyed Sir Pang and some other folks. I think Varian got pretty close there too. Same with Harudal. And Eleanor did her best to kill Tud, but to no avail. And shortly after that, Harudal savagely murdered the poor Canuck and proceeded to loot around, found a few different things, unfortunately wasted a magical potion of some sort. You guys found a bit of gold, took a little rest. You heard some sounds coming from below, and eventually, after a little bit of moving around, Pang opened the fireplace and found a chamber that was just hidden behind. The moment that happened, you all decided to then go downstairs and investigate. Harudal taking the point after seeing a mysterious little gnome girl who seemingly only he could see. As he progressed down, Harudal then continuously decided to run through any chamber that may have traps, and fortunately caught himself before he got too far and down a very dangerous hallway. They then continued to dig through a couple of sarcophagi, I think that's the plural word for it, and continued into a new chamber. In that chamber, they found a giant pit, and the moment they stepped in, a door shut, and suddenly some skeletons crawled out of the hole, and they heard a giant figure just mounting its way up as it just started to build up. Eleanor, taking point, realized that the little symbols that were on the back of the sarcophagi in the other room, decided to arrange everybody to start moving things around appropriately. And by accident, I think almost shot everybody to death by accidentally putting the statue on the wrong platform, and almost murdered, I think, Harudal, and I think one other person almost got some beams. Then we continued from there over to our the next room, and as you got into the next room, almost like a rhythm, the door shut behind you, and a large statue of a fallen knight got up with his gigantic blade. And still figuring out how to handle this threat, you guys interacted, and unfortunately Varian and Eleanor almost met their fate early in our campaign, taking a giant blade to their side. And thankfully Varian caught on before Pang could dig around further in his gut, because he was using his claws to try and hold this wound together. Is the equivalent of a surgeon using a couple of chopsticks to try and pull a bullet out, but instead of chopsticks, they're just bladed knives. They're just working his way in there. It was pretty terrifying, and Harudal was not doing any better because he was just moving the wound open and closed. It was pretty terrifying, and Eleanor thankfully didn't have a bunch of geriatric students trying to put her back together, and it was able to get back up.
I thought it would work.
Naki, having discovered a ring, or actually I think it was Tud or somebody else discovered a ring and then handed the ring to Naki. Naki then proceeded to put the ring on earlier that day, and it bit her. But as they finished off this figure and discovered there was a little ball behind it and eliminated it, a little chamber opened up, and when the ring got close, it shattered, healing the party almost back to full health. And as that happened, you guys proceeded through another chamber and then into more of a sacrificial room. As you saw, the ice cold bodies of two figures. You saw a male figure close to you as you walked through the door, and then a female figure sitting on a glowing sigil over on a little altar here in the room. As that happened, a very, very familiar rift opened. And out from it came the same figure that had taken Holman's life just a little over a day ago. And now we continue. Turn that music down. We're going to go back to the board. Let me keep things going here. All right. So you guys find yourself as you all walk down the hallway. You walked in. The room is cold. There's some bodies littering the floor. You see some books adorn a very modern shelf, seemingly as if someone had been living here or using this recently. And to your left, you see a few more shelves, scattered books, a couple of random vials of liquids that some look kind of moldy, like maybe just regular water was in them. Some look like they glow a little bit. You just see a lot of different things. And then on the chamber itself, you see... Let me get that all fixed for you guys. That work? Everybody see?
Perfect.
Huh?
Yeah.
I'll change it. Everybody can see, right? We're all good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right. So, as you see, as you're kind of approaching in here, you see 3 cauldrons across the other side of the room. There's one with a glowing purple liquid, one with a glowing red liquid, and one with a glowing blue liquid. They're all bubbling, almost as if they were set to like a full broth, full boil. There on top of the altar to your left, you see what looks to be a middle-aged human woman laid cold to her side with a bunch of blood everywhere. The sigil underneath, just a little hum, just a as it's just constantly, slowly picking up speed, but you're not really taking that in as a rift of dark, black, and red crimson magic opens on the other side of the room. And out from it, with figure steps. He's too busy looking at a book that he's thumbing the pages through as he opens. It's a nice crimson bind on his book. He moves a page, and then he looks up, and he makes eye contact with Harudal, Pang, Naki, Varian, Eleanor, and Tud, currently Leopold. He then closes his book very slowly. Well, I didn't think I'd find you all here.
I want to flip him off.
Understandable. You see as he tucks the book in his belt. The sigil to your left still. As it's continually going. Pulling this figure out here really quick. One sec. Got all my menus all nice and fluffed up because I had to keep reorganizing the map. The image is placeholder, so if you guys are wondering, that is not actually how he looks. Just a placeholder for now.
Nope, that's how he looks now. That's canon.
Canon.
Eleanor has a stroke. Just joking.
Just like Dice God says so.
With your ones at this point, it's bound to happen. As he's sitting there, he puts his book away. And just with the same, almost expressionless face, he looks at you. To what do I owe the pleasure?
I was wondering the same thing, actually.
Let's just say this is unintentional. He then walks, and you see his hand kind of slide across the cauldron, like almost politely. Looks like you found yourself on some sort of ritual here in Sliend. I didn't honestly think I'd ever see you again. He continually walks, makes another few steps as he gets up to the altar. Would you look at that? I haven't seen this type of magic in probably about 10 years. How fun. He takes one little bound as he leaps across the stairs, almost effortlessly. He doesn't look like he had to, like, pounce or anything. It almost as if he floats up above the stairs, politely landing down, walking politely across the body of the fallen woman up there on the altar. Gets over to the little shelf that's back there, which you can see a bit of glowing, like glittery gold, and you see him just kind of scan across. Looks like it's not here. Well, I think with that, honestly, it's nice to see that you're all okay. Really it is. He starts making his way, and you see in his hand, you see a little sigil start to form, a familiar one. As the sigil starts to form, you see that same rift he stepped through form back where he came through.
Wait.
Hmm?
I have a question for you.
Do ask.
Have you seen the little gnome girl?
For the first time, his face actually shifts, almost in like an inquisitive nature. What gnome girl?
Well, she would have beaten us to this room. And I'm just curious if you've seen a little gnome girl. I mean, obviously there's the 7 of us in this room. There may have been an 8th. Have you seen her?
I have no clue what it is you're talking about. He then eyes the rest of you. All of you take a wisdom saving throw.
20.
6.
8.
Oh my god.
10.
7.
You see, and as this faint magic washes over you, you feel it almost as if ghastly hands are gripping all around your legs, slowly creeping up, going from your feet. Everybody except for Harudal, you feel this attempt, but you just stand strong. But everybody else, you just feel these hands slowly grabbing. You can't see anything. They're just grabbing as they go up from the bottom of your feet, all the way up until they grab at your chest, and you feel as it goes into you. And you freeze. And an image pops into your head. There, the center of the Aros Arena, you just see the image of him plunging his hand into Holman's chest and ripping out his heart. Worse than it was before. This time it's visceral. Holman is crying as it's happening. You see him flailing about as the tendrils, the actual connections to his heart are ripping out. You hear the as it rips out and his body goes limp. And his last words as he makes eye contact with each and every one of you. Holman looks you directly in the eyes. And he goes, "It's your fault." You all are enraged. All you want is to see this man dead.
Quick question. Do I see this too since I rolled the 20?
No, you do not. You felt the magical presence trying to climb up and
Okay.
it did not enter your body the same way. Every other one of you, the moment your vision regains back to this room, it's almost red. You feel this adrenaline boost and all you want, all your desire. You don't want to eat, you don't want to sleep, you just want to rip his flesh. You want him to die in the most visceral way possible. We're going to roll for initiative.
Fuck.
Yay.
Yay.
Remember, I can roll your initiative for you, folks.
Oops.
Well, I rolled a 19.
Yeah,
so
good.
please-
Yeah, you do that.
Please don't roll my initiative.
Yeah,
Please do.
please
Well,
don't.
if you guys want to roll it, you
16.
guys already rolled it. I'll just roll NPC initiatives. It's fine.
No.
I'll need to roll mine, actually.
Nope, I gotta clear it.
Eleanor
Actually,
with the
you guys are fine, because guess what?
21.
I have to clear it. So you are
Fuck.
fortunate.
I rolled so good. I rolled so good.
I keep my 19.
Can I keep my 21?
Is it
Yes, you
cleared yet?
can. You can, actually. I know how to do it. It'll just take me a second.
You can re-roll it if it's easier. I'm not.
It's-
I'm not.
It's all right.
stressing
I just
over
have
it.
to. I just have to type it in. Paying, what was your initiative?
I didn't roll yet. Here,
Okay, you're a good
pull
boy.
it. Okay.
7.
7 apparently.
Eleanor.
21.
21. Todd.
21.
16.
Rudolph.
19.
19. Naki
Yes.
Was 8.
and Varian.
500.
Jesus, your initiative rolls since this
Trash.
campaign has started, man. Varian's one of two things: either like landing insane damage or just like nat
Miss.
ones almost.
Going at last in
The-
every initiative.
The real nat one, which is anywhere between 2 and 8. And with that, you see as the room changes just ever so slightly for some of you, your vision changing, the tattoos that outline his arms, you see them come to life. The little tendrils just peel out and they start swirling around his arms. Eleanor, all you want to do is see this man dead and begging for his life. What do you do?
Yes.
Your mic just cut out for a second. Just repeat that real quick.
I'm going to grab my dagger.
Okay.
You run at him and try to stab him in the heart.
Okay. So move your character on up there.
Beep.
And take a stab, and you actually do have advantage on this attack.
Wow. Okay, 14, I guess. We'll go with the 14.
As this happens, you start to swing wildly. You go to stab him in the chest, and right as that happens, you see almost a reaction. In your vision, you notice as his arm goes up at a lightning speed with a thunderous... Your arm snaps inhumanely. You just hear it...
My arm?
Your arm. And then you get thrown all the way to the back corner of the room and suffer 7 points of damage and are knocked prone. The
Here we
effect
go, boys.
the effect that you had over you before is no longer there.
Is
The
my
red
arm
vision is
broken?
gone. Your which arm were you swinging with? Was it your left or your right arm?
My right.
Your right arm is disjointed. It is limp. There is a snap. You are kind of unsure of the damage that happened. Your stomach is riddled with pain, but your arm, you can feel up to just past your elbow, and the dagger is somewhere on the ground. Your vision is blurred. But that immense feeling of wanting to kill him has subsided, and
still wanna kill him.
you are now prone. You still have your bonus action if you have anything else. But
I want to yell at the rest of them, don't do it. Well, I guess I should do that on character. Fuck. Hang on. Shit. I need everybody else to not attack him. That's all I'm gonna say.
Harudal, you saw the vicious part. The rest of you, you almost disregarded it. It was almost a flash of vision, and your hearing is very... As Eleanor basically just got thrown away, but you don't care. Harudal, though, you saw Eleanor, who's a very vicious fighter. You've seen her do all sorts of things in combat. You once saw her rip a goblin's head off with just her bare hands. You've seen her take out 2 people with one dagger, just putting the blow through one neck into another. You've seen her do all sorts of things, and she went through fairly tactfully, a little bit abrasive as she rushed up, but without any movement from the figure. He didn't move at all. You just saw her arms slap, limp, and then she just launch, almost like there was an invisible force that broke her arm, disarmed her, and chucked her across the room. And with that, we move to Harudal's turn.
I'm not going to attack him. Instead, I'm going to approach slightly and just talk to the guy. Listen, obviously you're quite powerful. Harming us would be nothing more than children's play to you. Why don't you just let us go, and we'll be on our way.
Roll a persuasion check.
Shit. Knew you were going to ask for that. 12.
You just see him look at you now. Still a blank stare, still white beady eyes. The tendrils still fluctuating around his arm. A little crack of a smirk on his face. Anything else you're going to do on your turn?
I'm not going to draw my weapon, but can I hold an attack in case he comes close to me with the scimitar?
Yeah. So you're not going to draw your blade, but you're ready to rip it out and make an attempt.
Yes.
Okay.
And that will be
noted.
my turn.
Just I've got it noted, but if something happens, just remind me.
I'll let you know.
Okay. As that happens, you then, as you see Tud, or at this point Leopold, you see as your vision just pulsing with these almost like bright red right around the edges of your vision. You hear just what sounds to be as Eleanor gets thrown to the side, and you see Rudol, and you just hear as he's like motioning and talking to the figure. But that's just out of your peripheral. All in your head, all you want to do is rip the tendons from his neck and drink his blood. What do you do?
Let's see. I'm going to yell, "You killed our father." And then I'm going to cast Ray of Frost on said dude. Hang on. 18.
That hits. So you see as Leopold, feeling the anger, he channels his magic, a swirling bolt of coal energy going around his staff, and it launches out towards the figure. And you see it, you see the little shield or something that's around him as it just slightly is penetrated. And you see the cold form on his shoulder. And the figure slightly, almost ever so slightly, just takes a little back with his shoulder, moving his vision from Harudal over to Leopold.
That's right. I'm gonna get you.
As that happens, the effect that was on you wears off. The red vision fades. The cold fear of what you've just done washes over you. He could kill you. He could do it without even a wince. He could do it without even making a sweat. He could do it and you wouldn't even know. You're terrified. Anything else you're going to do on your turn?
I mean, I won't kill you. And I'm going to run over by Eleanor.
You get over to her, and now that your vision's clear, you see her arm. She is currently sitting there. There's a couple of books next to her, and her arm, you see it looks pale white, more than her normal skin, like almost bluish in tone. And there is this slight ridge right around the elbow section of what looks to be a dislocated bone. And Eleanor doesn't seem to acknowledge that. She's more upset at her stomach right now, holding her gut from where whatever hit her as she got thrown. And appears to be like a little drip of blood coming down from her mouth. We then move to Naki. Naki is not playing music right now. You would take out a blade to kill him if you had to. You were not your normal jovial self.
No. I am so full of anger and rage that I decide that I'm gonna throw a dagger at him.
Okay.
That
will be dexterity check. So you would roll d20 plus dexterity to see if that would connect.
$12.
You see is Naki with rage, her lute in one hand as she let it go moments earlier. She takes a dagger out from her belt and she just, and you see it spinning with a dead target right on his forehead. And right as that happens, you see his hand come up and almost like he's catching a card midair. The blade stops an inch in front of his nose. And with his index finger, you see him slightly move it and the dagger bends. And then he just grabs it in his hand and you see it crumble, the steel malforming, and he drops this crumbled dagger to the ground. The first time any of you have seen him move his limbs. And he starts to dust his hands off and he's like, almost impressive. I don't know who taught you that, but that was close. And as that happens, the anger, everything that had driven you up to that point to make that attempt, it fades. And just as Leopold before you, a wash of fear rises over you as you realize that you were in over your head. He defeated Holman without even taking really anything from him. We then move on. Did you have anything else you're going to do on your turn?
Yeah, I'm going to start bawling and run over behind Hodor. Hodor.
Hodor.
Jeez, I swear none of you can pronounce my name.
I know how to pronounce your name. It was just
Hordal, Horndal, Hordor.
Hodor. Hey, do you see the deer?
It's Rudolph.
Y'all see the deer? I'm refreshing the map really quick because it's getting all...
Rudy. I'm calling you Rudy from now on.
Anyway, so I run up behind Dolly, as I would call him, and I grab onto the back of his shirt and I like stick my face into his back, and I'm just crying and like screaming in pain.
I acknowledge that she's there, and I wrap my hand behind to like kind of usher her so that my figure is completely blocking her from view of him.
As he does that, Naki, that feeling of fear that would almost make it more difficult for you to do anything almost goes away. As you kind of just feel this like protection in front of you, for a split moment, you feel safer. You feel okay. And with that, we move over to Pang. As Pang is standing here, as that effect went over, you guys don't see him, unless he's attacking, you don't see his claws come out. His claws just out from his hand, from his paws. They're further out than they've ever been. They're probably about 6 inches long. They're fully out, almost in a dangerous state, like they could get stuck and ripped out of his own paws. The face of what is seemingly an angry cat influenced character, furrowing further than it ever has, fangs visible, and vision, the eyes are just narrowed in on this figure. What do you do?
Quick question. The figure disappeared on the map.
Oh, my bad.
Good.
He cast invisibility.
And then also... that would probably be helpful. But is my grumpy cat on right now, or is it off?
I would say it's off. You're being driven by other means. You just want to kill him.
Okay. Okay. Just want to make sure whether that ability was on or off. So obviously I'm attacking. Quarterstaff first, as always.
Okay. So you rush up to him?
Yes.
Okay.
It's not dragging the figure. What? Just a sec.
You might be clicking on the camera. Now the camera's over there. You should have access to moving it.
Just a sec.
There you go.
Okay. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it there.
So you're gonna take your staff and then your extra attack like you normally would.
Yes.
Okay.
15 for the staff.
So as you do that, as you get up close to him, you take with your paw, or as you're with your staff, you go to smack, and in your rage, you notice his leg lift up and your staff removed from your hands, and then a force launch you to the back corner. This time, almost landing into Tud. Tud, can I get a dexterity save?
Yeah, I got you on.
Tud just narrowly, he kind of like slightly dodges, trying to not get hit, because the force at which you got propelled back from was almost ungodly. You slam into the back wall and you suffer 6 points of bludgeoning damage. Your staff's currently sitting at the figure's feet. As you guys just see, Pang, as he swings his staff going a few inches above him, and him getting thrown back, and you just hear the as the staff just drops to the ground. And Pang now being watched over as that sensation goes away, realizing what just happened, and not feeling the fear, but now seeing Eleanor to the left of him, and Leopold standing right next to him, realizing that he is in over his head, just as everybody. And now you are catching on that you see Harudal trying to talk to the figure, and you now can just notice to the peripheral of your vision, you see Varian, who's rearing to go, blade drawn. And with that, Varian, what are you going to do?
Oh, well, you know I'm going after this guy. Can run up, make an attack with Great Weapon Master, try to hit him as hard as possible, so straight roll.
Okay.
That's a 7, my guys.
He draws his blade, he runs faster than he ever has. His blade goes up, and he goes to a diagonal slash. As that slash is coming down, Varian, your vision slows. You see the figure, almost in slow motion, turn. He reaches out with his hand. He grabs your blade, no cut being made. He pulls slightly, it removes from your hand. You feel it fleeting. And then he smirks ever so slightly. And then you see his palm, his right palm, extend, connects to your chest. And you get thrown to the back corner. Just as Varian is flying back, that feeling of enrage washes away. And the desperation fleets as the blade that you were once holding drops to the ground right next to him. And you suffer 5 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay, that's it for my turn.
As the room almost comes to a standstill, as you guys are all realizing what's going on. Harudal still keeping in control. Initiative is kind of stopped for a moment. I don't think any of you are planning on taking attacks currently. Eleanor might try, but she's currently senior floppy right now. What are you guys doing?
I have a left arm. Excuse me.
I would say Leopold's probably trying to comfort you and seeing that you're still enraged, but how damaged you are, I don't know. What are you guys doing? If you want to go back up, you're welcome to do whatever you guys want to do, but right now I'd say initiative's kind of paused for a moment.
I don't want to. I don't want to die.
I'm just licking my wounds at this point.
Let's stop this, guys. I don't think this is gonna work out for us the way we would have hoped.
The figure takes another step, giving Harudal his opportunity of attack if he decides he wants to.
No.
He sees your blade, and as Harudal goes from going to extend it to just letting it go, the figure, with the first time that he's very visibly reached out besides getting his book, as he's passing, he pats Harudal on the shoulder. Good boy. He then walks closer to his little rift, and as he does, he takes his hand, and you see a new sigil, this one in a dark black formation with almost black flames emitting from it, He squeezes his hand, and with that, you see almost these two little things pop out, little balls, as they just shoot out and drop into the room. One closer on towards the altar, and the other one next to Harudal. As they land on the ground, you see them go from these little balls, and they just kind of start forming, and they just as they start to make more of a humanoid shape. And as they do, they're almost mannequins, wooden, still, standing almost directly in front of you as they come to full shape.
I didn't know you put Kyle in here, IRL.
Oh my goodness. Savagery.
Wow.
The
I'll be here
mannequins,
all night, guys.
wooden with almost a porcelain face. The face is that of just a simple human figure. Eyes neatly painted, heads tilted, almost cocked to the side. Have fun, my children. The figure steps through the portal. The portal shuts.
You're not my dad.
You're not my dad.
You see as the two figures are just now stood there, and they almost come to life, but in like a very fashion. You see their hands aren't normal hands. They see the tips of the fingers are almost bladed. The one standing next to Pang, Tud, and Eleanor, you all feel like it's staring at you with its cold, lifeless, painted eyes. The one near Harudal and Naki also comes to life. And as it does, it shifts, this time making a even more disjointed, almost apish standing pose. Wide legs, arms drooping. And this one, as you look at it and the shadows reveal it, the little porcelain face, you see this almost treacherous smile painted across it. Looks up to you, and you guys all just through your own head, not seeing any visible movements. You just hear, "Time to play." Back to combat formation, and with that, we go to Eleanor. It's your turn.
First off, gross. I don't have time to play. Ew. Shit.
And that's your action. All right.
Can I shoot a short bow with one hand?
I would say you can, but with disadvantage.
Fuck it. None.
She's struggling, guys. Her other hand, she basically uses it to kind of pull it back using her limp fingers. And it looks horrifying. Her arm's like drooping as it's pulling back. And she pulls it taut. It looks like this is hurting, but she's still so numb from the blow. And as she releases, it goes wide, going just right past the figure,
What's the warning
the
shot,
mannequin.
okay?
And it just goes, and the figure, you just see like a inhuman shift, just like as it kind of like starts to move motion towards you. Anything else you're gonna do on your turn?
I'm gonna yell, "Fuck you." I don't know, man. I'm at 3 health.
I fucking got him.
If only Eleanor knew vicious mockery, right, guys? She's always got him on the run.
It's actually the code word to turn these mannequins off.
He immediately shifts from a very violent form into just a little baby doll, which some would say is worse. We then move over to Harudal, who just watched this all happen. You notice after he had walked away, you almost still feel his arm or his hand on your shoulder. And as you're starting to pick up on the mannequins, it starts to fade.
Varian's weapon is still right by my feet, right?
Yeah, it's on the ground still.
Oh shit.
If
And there's
I
a crumpled
wanted to-
dagger from Naki as well, just right next to you.
My dagger's somewhere there too.
If I wanted to kick the weapon over to Varian or try and like toss it to him? Would that cost me an action?
I would say it's your bonus action. If you were to like either run, if you're gonna run and pick it up, it'd be your movement and then a dexterity check. If you're just gonna try and kick it, it would just be probably a, I don't know, with that, probably maybe another dexterity check because you're trying to take your foot and slide it that way.
Okay. I'm just gonna try and like, yeah, I'll pick it up and kind of toss it his way.
Okay.
Blade more facing towards me. I'm not trying to impale Varian with his own weapon on accident.
Oh no.
Don't do it, me.
How did Varian die? Well, Harudal threw his blade at it.
That's an 11.
Roll a dexterity save, Varian.
Oh no.
Oh, sorry, I rolled it. My bad.
Oh wow! You know, I wish
We'll
it
take
was
that.
Larry that just rolled that.
Harudal catches it.
Ah! 5.
Oh no!
I saw it looking so good.
As
Is a 5.
as he picks it up and tosses it, it's a fairly okay throw. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't like, it was definitely, I gotta move, you know? He tosses it. Varian's still reeling from the blow, sees the blade coming his way, and he catches it, but by the blade.
Oh no.
You take 1 damage, as it wasn't a terrible grab, but it just through your hand, you see your blood coming down, and you're like, ah.
I'm just going to use
Fine.
the rest of my movement to get up right in front of this thing. And as I've tossed the blade over to Varian, Varian, I'm going to need you here quick. And I'm going to take a swipe at this thing with the scimitar.
Make sure you're targeting it so that we can keep those moving.
Yeah, RDM.
Okay.
That's a 20.
That one hits. Roll for damage.
8 damage.
So you see as the mannequin is standing there, its head just disjointed. Every time you move, you see it just as it's shifting over to you almost suddenly, almost on like a metronome. It's almost on like on this little timer as it slowly shifts sharply. As you do, it goes to dodge. You slice down, and it just drags to the wood of its body. And you see the little remnants of little crimson magic rippling out from it.
And that will end my turn.
We then move over to Tud.
I lost the second one.
You lost
The one
the...
close to me.
Yeah, the second one disappeared for me too.
The one
Yeah,
close to
heck.
me.
The one that's closest to me is still there, but
Yeah,
the
I
other
can
one is
see it on my
not.
map. I'm going to refresh the map really quick.
The one that was there.
Okay.
We already killed him. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, Lynn said the deactivation phrase. He's gone.
Everybody close their map. Close your map, and then I will share it again.
I told you already took care of it.
It was dead. It was your vicious mockery, right?
Yeah, I'm just so good at it.
You were like, get
Wait,
out
yes,
of
I
here,
got
you
it.
jerk. You're so mean. I hate you and you smell like toast.
I would have used different words, but sure.
Wow.
That's all I'm saying.
I would have used different words, but sure.
Fuck you.
And I'm Patrick.
Also,
I know, I'm working on it, I can see the same thing you guys can.
no, what I'm gonna say is that I lost my character sheet.
What?
Double click on your character, on your token.
Oh, hey, look. There it is.
Oh,
Got
my
you.
character sheet ran away. Good thing I can find it right here in this cool application.
Is it captain back? Jesus, what?
Lynn's like Alt F4. Where'd my sheet go? I can't see the map. All I see is the Windows background.
Oh no. Actually, it's the cosmic background, but okay, whatever.
My bad. Wow.
Freaking do better, damn.
Anyways, Tud, don't do better DM to me. Get out of here. Tud, what are you gonna do?
Let's see. I am going to step up in front of Eleanor from this one, and I'm going to grab it by the shoulder
Oh.
and say, "Leave us alone," while I cast Shocking Grasp.
Oh. Okay.
Oh, that hits.
That's a 17 for anybody watching.
Sorry, should have called that out. 2 damage.
He's kind of terrified of it still, and he saw what happened to Eleanor, and he's not really sure of what these are. So he's trying to be really tough. This is really not in Leopold's best nature as he runs up, grabs it, and the little flicker of electricity goes in. There's a little bit of black, almost smoldering wood on his shoulder. But as that happens, again, just like a metronome, you see its head just as it shifts over to your face.
Ugh.
Creepy.
And with that, you move over to Naki's turn. Actually, nope, just kidding. They rolled pretty okay. This one, the one is standing next to Tud, decides to, you see its hand, again, the hands are just sitting there. You see their bladed fingers almost. They're just fine point blades. You see as it slashes down at you. Mm-hmm.
Wait, what?
So it's slashing at Tud. So it's...
Oh. Sorry, I spaced out.
As it happens, you see it just... As it goes wide, Tud, surprisingly, just doing a slight move as the claw goes wide. And then the creature, just shifting its head again, takes its second slash. This time, it hits. You take 2 damage.
You bastard.
So you feel as you dodge the first one, the second one as it just goes down your right arm. You just feel as the blood starts to pour out from your sleeveless arms, because Tud does not have any style. It's more just like a really old shirt. Bloodied
And
from
a
many
bear
of other
cape.
fights. And a bear cape.
And a bear cape.
Oh yeah.
You
I like
bastard.
the idea of this guy in a wife beater wearing this big old fucking bear rug and holding a
Great,
stick
right?
is fighting a mannequin. D&D is
We
a cool
actually got
game.
the inspiration for Tud off of people of Walmart.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Harudal,
true.
as your scimitar leaves the body of the mannequin, you see its face just launch up to you. And you see its 2 hands just go up towards you. And it rolls. And it goes wide. Harudal taking his blade as he holds it up. The claws drag up against the scimitar. You reel the blade back. Second blade or second hand comes down. This time connecting and just with a drag on your flesh. You suffer 4 points of damage. You can see it when they're on you.
Ah, okay.
If they're set to target you, you can see it. I hide certain rolls that I'm doing.
Sure.
That one is it drags on you. Did you get that damage that time?
Yeah,
Okay.
4 damage.
Remember, temp isn't where it goes. It should be automatically applying. So remove temp, and I'll just apply that damage to you.
Okay.
You should have 4 in wound.
Yeah, it didn't auto apply it.
Yeah, I think that one was like a little bugged there, but you should just have 4 in wound, and then we're good to go.
Okay, it's applied.
And with that, it goes from their turn over to Naki.
Now I'm just a little bit mad. So I'm gonna cast Vicious Mockery
On which one?
on the one that's next to Dolly.
Okay. It did its check, and you see as you're cracking a joke at it, it doesn't seem to be affected by it at all. What did you say though?
I just looked at it and I'm really flustered. I fucking hate you. You're stupid. And
As this arcade magic almost goes nowhere to the creature there. With that, we then move over to Pang, who just returned back. I don't know if you caught everything, Brian, but just to kind of give you an idea, the mannequins are just approaching. One just sliced up Tud a little bit. The other one did a little bit of damage to Harudal as it slices down, and Naki just tried to make fun of the mannequin, but it didn't seem to be phased by the insult she hurled its way.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna move up to attack the closest one that's attacking Tud, seeing all of this. And I don't have a broken arm like Eleanor there. But I don't have my staff. I have just my claws, right?
Yep. And they count as a monk weapon, so you can just take 2 claw strikes.
Okay. So first attack. Did it do
That
the attack
one-
at the mannequin?
It wasn't connected to. I don't think you're targeting that flesh mound. The name of the
Or is
creature
it
that was?
left click or control left click? I forgot.
Control F click. Yeah, it's all right. We can figure it out. So as that happens, you go to slice at it, and again, almost as if it's on a metronome, it just goes and shatters, or like almost immediately is gone from the spot that you were slicing at. Take your second attack.
Okay.
Ooh.
Nat 20.
This one, it was all a setup. As you went to swipe, you wanted to see its movement. As it kind of disjointed and goes the other way, you slice at its porcelain mask. Roll for damage.
Just standard damage.
As crit. So
Oh, okay.
there you go.
16.
See, that's how we do critical damage automatically, by the by, guys. So
Okay.
that time, you see as it just drags down, the porcelain shatters, and underneath you see the wood. And right in the eye slots, you see little crystals just sitting there, one just pulsing. Just a little white kind of emitting. It's like a dark crimson light from the left eye as the mask is shattered. It drags down, and with that, it also has its own wound. You see as the wood is continually splintering, almost as if there's a residual magic there. Roll another d6 plus wisdom.
D6 plus wisdom.
Mm-hmm.
The-
You just see some
One-
splinters just shattering off of it.
yeah, 1 plus 2 is 3.
You see as it's just splintering, and as that happens, you see it almost catch on fire just from the wound that's been sitting there. And as it happens, you see this mannequin just kind of start to shake a little bit, and it just topples over to the ground. And it collapses, and you see as it collapses, almost like a mannequin that was being held and the strings were cut. And it just drops to the ground.
Okay.
That was pretty nutty damage, dude. Good job.
Thanks. Yeah, there's not much else I can do. I'm just gonna keep on with the attack.
Cool. And with that, we move from Pang over to Varian.
Alright. After receiving my sword, I'll just shout back. Alright, Alright, Harudal, you got it. And I just yell, switch it! And I run up to this guy. And we'll make a non-great weapon master attack, so just my normal attack.
Okay.
18.
Hits.
Dematio. 11.
You see as Varian gets up, his hand's still bloodied and a little bruised up from getting tossed across the room, takes his blade, sheathes it as he rushes up, and then with one swipe just going up from the bottom all the way to the very top of the wooden chest piece. It just rips itself open. And as that kind of like ripples, you see the like shrapnel of little splinters of wood. And it looks like it got hit pretty hard from that. So good stuff. And with that, did you have anything else you're going to do on your turn?
That's it. Thanks.
We then move on to Eleanor, who's still currently sat on the ground with her bow, watching Peng just eviscerate this mannequin stood next to her, and it crumples to the ground. You see the other one now being attacked by both Harudal and Varian.
Shit. I mean, I'm just gonna yell at them. You guys can do it! And turn.
Oh no.
Listen,
Broken arm, I mean, you can't really do much.
I'm hurting in the stomach. I'm at 3 health. One of my daggers is over there by you guys.
Also, though, what happened to the I have another arm mentality?
I mean, I don't know about you, Chris, but if you're trying to draw a bow with your broken arm as it's pulling this tension away, and then you let it go and it didn't connect, and now you're starting to feel that pain pulse, maybe you'd want to stop too. I don't know.
I mean, maybe, I don't know.
I mean, if I was an orc barbarian and like I was in one of my campaigns, fuck it, I have 2 arms, 2 legs, on a head. Let's go. Right now, I'm a squishy rogue. Kind of don't want to die, you know?
Yeah. So you see as Eleanor, I mean, if you want, you could try and take a medicine check to maybe there's a bit of wood that you hit from when you were sitting there. You can maybe try and make a little splint or something that might align it.
Yeah.
If you take a medicine check, I could say you could take some cut a little bit of your cloak and try and fashion a basic splint. I wouldn't say that you're doing any damage, but you're doing it with one hand. You're not hurting yourself, but you've got the piece there, but you're really trying to tie it. And have you ever seen someone try and tie something with one hand, but the cloth is just circling around your arm? So you just hear Eleanor go, ow, ow, as she's just pulling this cloth, trying to like catch it with her one hand. She's just sitting here just, ow,
shit,
ow. Leopold, you kind of glance back and you see as she's just dragging this little shred of cloth around her arm, and you just see the bones slightly poking the skin as it's just moving around in there, as it's just kind of wiggling in there like a baseball bat inside of a sock. Like you see it just poking out every once in a while, bruised. I'd say apart from a bonus action, anything else?
Eleanor, what the hell are you doing?
I think I'm gonna vomit.
Eleanor, for the first time in her life, she just saw Tud get disgusted at something you're doing. And you've seen Tud eat bugs.
Face.
Oh, by the way, just because you roll the 1, I think it'd be even funnier. There's a little bit of the porcelain mask that's sitting there right in front of you, like next to your legs, just eye glancing up at you. And you just noticed it as you're sitting here struggling and don't have enough time to really kick it away or anything. So,
No, I want to kick it.
Hrudal, it's your turn. You're muted, my dude.
Shit!
We're pro Discord people, guys.
Something like that.
That was actually XLR. That wasn't even Discord. So, whoops. I should have seen the bright light on it. Is Varian technically considered flanking right there?
No? I wouldn't say on this character. You would probably need to be directly behind it, which right now there's a giant cauldron that stood next to it. And just to keep it out, just point this out, the cauldrons are glowing with some sort of magical, I don't know, stuff. You do notice the one directly behind it is a red energy, the one next to that is a purple energy, and the one farther from you is a bluish energy.
I mean, I don't know what all this magic stuff is, so I'm just going to take another swipe with the scimitar, and that does fucking nothing, I'm guessing.
You see as it actually comes down and it lands on its shoulder. Roll for damage.
Oh shit. 6.
As it pulls down, digs deep, you see as it starts to kind of go through and you just shatters, and then the whole thing splits to the side, and the porcelain mask drops to the ground, and you see just two little little blackish red crystals as they're once glowing just fade to just nothing, and the body again looking as if the mannequin's little things were cut. It drops to the ground. You have a brief pause in the air as everything seems to have finally stopped. Get a breather. Again, the sigil on the other side of the altar now going a bit faster. You guys finally have a brief pause in the room. Eleanor sat next to the bookshelf, currently trying to wrap a splint, but she's really struggling with her one arm. Naki still infuriated. The mannequin's now sitting lifeless. What are you guys doing?
I'm gonna run over to Eleanor and try to help her with her splint tying.
Also, I'm kicking this ugly mannequin fucker out of my way.
As she kicks the mask, it hits the staircase and shatters. You do get a little bit of satisfaction from that, whether you want to admit it or not. You feel really good about shattering that fucking dumb thing's face.
So
I'm doing a nod as I do it, with that little satisfaction,
You go over and Naki, as you get close, it looks bad. It is now swollen. It's blue. Her fingertips are really numb to the touch, and she's currently really trying to tie this broken bookshelf piece of wood to kind of hold it in set.
Oh, Ellie, let me help you with that. That looks really bad. I rolled my medicine check and it's 14.
You're able to tie it. I'd say you're able to.
Here, let's get this on you, and
That's
I'm gonna
not a
tie it
one.
for you. Here, I'm gonna tie this for you, Ellie. But I can't look at you when I do it because I might throw up on you, and I don't want to do that. So I'm just gonna tie it for you.
It wouldn't be the worst
okay.
thing.
And okay, I think I got
Just
it.
throw
I got
up
it.
on it. It might
I
help.
got it. I got it. Is it
Probably.
good?
I would say if she's this sickened by it, Naki, roll a Constitution check for me. Or Constitution save.
Worst thing, because I probably changed your
Nat 1.
diapers.
Nat 1.
Oh, God.
5.
You don't throw up on her, but you feel it. You know when you throw up in your mouth, you literally hear the you hear the as it goes.
Yeah,
it goes into your mouth, and you have a gulp.
Yeah. I got
Oh no!
Swallow.
I feel like that's
Okay.
almost worse than actual throwing up.
Ellie, did I get it? Is it good now? Can I walk away?
It's tied
It's
really
you can-
well. It's very
you can-
tight.
You can walk away now. Please don't throw up on me.
Okay, I'm gonna look now. Okay, that's much better. Please, next time don't break your arm.
Hey, everyone, do we remember if it was a man or a woman that we were supposed to be looking for here? I don't recall.
A family, I think.
I thought it was one person in particular.
It was the man and his family, if I believe. Let me just check real
I
quick.
thought it was the man's daughter.
Marshall.
Marshall. Okay.
Marshall
But
is missing.
It was
but I think
him and
he
his
had a
family. You guys
Yeah.
were looking for his family.
See, I remember.
Can I roll an investigation check to maybe look at this body that's on the altar and see if they look like they probably belonged at the manor?
Yeah, roll.
That's 20, baby. What's up?
Nice.
And as you kind of get close, you're really attentive. This whole thing's got your adrenaline pumping, and you're looking at the sigil and you're looking at the blood, and you see it, and it's all fairly fresh. The blood doesn't look dried. It looks like this person had just, as you kind of are getting closer, you see a blade in her hand. It is just a little dagger. And you see her throat, which is gashed open, just with a slice, and her eyes and mouth are just open, and cold. And she's wearing what you would perceive is not like noble clothes, like very high status clothing. It's more of like a, I don't know, maybe more of a just a more toned down but higher tier wear. It would look like, from your knowledge, very brief knowledge, being outside of the arena, your knowledge of someone who has decent money. You've seen people with no money. You've seen people with a lot of money. They had some decent money. Her hair is well kept. It's kind of in like a single like bun-ish kind of feel in the back, as it was kind of well put together. She doesn't look dirty at all, but she definitely doesn't look like she's been down here for the couple of months this has been going on.
Okay. So not necessarily that like they belonged at the manor, but they
would fit in
higher
line.
Class.
They would fit in as the demographic that would fit in here, or at least she would. You were over here on this altar. There's another figure at the other side of the room that you guys kind of stepped over as you were dealing with the figure that walked through the rift. But from her and this little spot, and I'd say just because of that role and kind of taking in what's going on here, you do notice a little chest, and you do notice a pile of gold scattered across the little shelf up here next to the altar.
Can I move over and pick up the bag of gold and start taking a look at the chest?
Yeah, you go over to the gold and you kind of take a peek in the bag. It's a good sum. The bag is fairly heavy. By your estimate, there's a little over 300 total pieces in there. You'd have to actually fumble through and count them to see how many there are. But there's a good helping of gold right here.
I'll do that later. I'm just gonna like put that in my bag for the time being.
Everyone else kind of can hear you, just because there's coins kind of there. You're kind of like scooping them in. You hear the like metal sliding on stone as he's gathering all the gold. Doesn't seem like very like possessive, but
yeah, we'll split all this up later. I think we need to focus on getting out of here, though. There's a lot of fucking money right here, though.
You then turn your eye to the chest. As you approach, you notice a lock on the front, and you start to kind of like move around, but it looks like a very nice lock, thick lock. You know what I'm saying?
Ew. Damn.
Dummy thick lock.
Eleanor, you know how to do this lock stuff, right? I don't know how to do this.
As he's saying that question, his eyes lock on your now freshly splinted arm.
But shit, it might not work out very well. We might just need to take this chest with us until your arm's better.
Well, one, how heavy is it? Two, I can maybe try doing it one-handed. And three, we should try and see what kind of magic was used here, because he did mention that the last time he saw this kind of magic was 10 years ago, which I found very intriguing.
Yeah, I also don't know anything about
I'd be happy to find that out for you.
Why, thank you, Tud.
You get him, Tud.
What kind of check do you want me to do?
Sorry, I kind of spaced out for a second.
Check for the magic that was used around here.
You check Arcana if you're checking like the sigil there.
Yeah, to see kind of what kind of magic it is, because like
15.
Dude said, like, haven't seen this magic in like 10 years.
It's some sort of. Let me pull the exact type here. It's definitely necromancy. You're kind of picking up on that based off of there's a little bit of a blood ritual going on here. The formation of the sigil. It definitely seems like something was going on here that was trying to be used to either bring something back, kind of anything like that in that vein. Leopold's vast studies when Tud wasn't in control and just kind of thumbing through books over the years has made him realize that there's a lot to unpack here. You don't necessarily know the exact spell being used or the exact thing going on, but you definitely get a strong vibe that there is something still building, because as you're looking at it, you can tell that every few pulses, it seems to go a little bit faster.
Can we somehow, like, what is the vigil or the sign made with? Is it made with, like, blood or something?
It looks like a very high quality ink, actually, like a bluish ink that's been kind of drawn in there. You see a couple of triangles, and you do see what seems to be a star in the center of it.
Is it? Can we like try and wipe it out, or like something? Try and.
Are you asking this in
Wash it off.
character, or?
Well, she
Oh.
still doesn't even know what kind of magic it is.
Yeah, she's sitting over there with her hand broken.
This seems to be some form of necromancy was used here.
The dark arts.
The dark art. Yes.
Eleanor tries to do double fingers, and her arm is just limp on the right side.
I'm gonna T-Rex it for the rest of the time now. I'm just gonna be like, I'm gonna ask Tud, are we able to somehow wipe off the sigil on the floor or wash it away? Can you go look?
Good question. Let me find out.
I would say you walk up there, you're getting close to it, and your knowledge of, the type of inks you would use for something like this, as you kind of kneel down and kind of drape your finger across it, you notice that it is unmoving, and at this point, whatever effect is kind of dormant into that stone after it was successful on whatever thing it's working towards.
Sorry, one more time.
As you kneel
out.
down, you kind of drag your finger across the ink, and as that happens, you notice that none of it kind of rubbed on your finger, and whatever this ink is, it's a very high quality ink you would use for a sigil, and it is currently in effect and it is unmoving.
From what I can tell, I can't disable it just from trying to wipe it off.
Okay.
It seems to be very high quality.
You would need to have something like Dispel Magic or something like that to really nerf it.
Well, fuck yes. See you on the other
Well.
side.
And as you're kind of panning around, because Leopold's curiosity is kind of piqued, you do once again make eye contact with 3 cauldrons, one with a very glowing blue liquid, one with a glowing red, and another one with a glowing purple liquid.
I am gonna check these out for a second, see what I can find out.
As you walk up, what were you gonna say? I think I heard Eleanor say, "Wait."
We were trying to figure out how heavy the lockbox is to see if I can do it one-handed or if we can take it with us.
Yeah, Hrudal, do you want to make a strength check to see if you can pick it up?
Yeah, definitely. Just a flat strength check.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I dragged my character sheet instead of the strength. That's a natural 1. I can't pick that up.
You see, as Eleanor asks the question, he goes to pick it up. It isn't surprisingly heavy at all. He picks it up, but his right hand just kind of slips, and the chest drops down, hits you on the foot, and you take 1 point of damage as it stubs your toe really hard.
Mother!
You guys just hear a...
Ooh, Dolly.
Naki, I'm sorry. I know you don't like that language, but my toe really hurts right now. Eleanor, I know your arm hurts too, but damn, that chest just hit my toe. That hurt.
I guess we're taking the chest with us then.
I mean, someone else is going to have to carry it. I can't carry that.
Can I
Dolly,
walk
you're
up?
the strongest I know. Of course you can carry.
Awesome.
I mean, I just dropped it on my toe.
You just slipped. It's a slippery chest. You got it.
I can try again, I guess. Ricky, can I try again?
Hey, you pick it up with ease this time.
Okay, well, I was rolling strength anyway.
You
as
almost
said it, so-
overcompensate this time because you're kind of mad.
Throw
So
it.
you yank it up, and as you pick it up, you kind of get a slight semblance of what inside. You hear a little shifting of like metal objects, and you hear what sounds to be like a piece of paper that was in there, and you just hear, and you're like, okay, it's not as heavy as it looks. It's mostly the weight of the actual chest itself.
I just had some ale on my hands. It fell out. Sorry.
See, I know it's fine. I knew I
Yeah,
would do it.
real strong. Yeah.
Yeah. Can I make a perception check to see what I can see? I want to move there and like see what I see around.
Move where?
I moved my person right here. I was right here.
Okay.
I move over there.
You're gonna go check on the body?
I'm gonna check on everything else around here.
Okay, roll investigation for me.
Okay.
Okay.
9.
You're kind of taking it in. You're still kind of reeling from everything, so you're kind of looking around.
Yeah,
You
I'm
notice-
not happy.
You notice the body is that of someone, again, kind of matching what you would believe that in this house is like heyday would roughly be the kind of person. He's got a nice fine little jacket on. His body doesn't have blood around. His body just looks cold with his eyes open, his beard seemingly just kind of a grayish beard. His hair kind of kind of up as if he had just fallen over. His body kind of in that same exact position that he's in right there, but there's no blood. He does look like he's freshly-ish dead, but you don't really have a good indication on that. You just know that when people die, they just kind of get kind of cold. As you're kind of panning around, you see various little tonics and things on the shelves and pieces and books. As you're kind of digging around through that, we were going to get to Tud checking out the cauldrons. Do you want to roll Arcana for me on those cauldrons?
Natural 20, baby.
Oh,
Hell yeah, Todd, get it.
So Leopold walks over and he barely even, he's like skimming them almost. He knew it the moment he saw it. He looks at the blue one and he almost wants it for himself because he's feeling a little drained of energy. But you can tell that that is some liquid you could use for a mana potion. And as you kind of walk past, you see again a familiar red energy you've seen used in things like health potions and other pieces. And there's a decent amount here. And then as you go past, you get to the next one. And this purple one, now this one's interesting. That one appears to be something to enhance your reflexes. It's often known as a cloud burst, which essentially all it does is it gives you double your movement for about 30 seconds and the ability to use extra attack if you don't have it already. And that one is a bit more limited. That one is a bit lower, seemingly have been kind of drained a little bit. You don't really have anything to put it in unless you've got some containers, but you do know that that's the substance. You do have the strong urge to use the mana one because you're feeling pretty tapped. But
Well, friends.
you said these. Sorry, one
go
second.
ahead.
You said that they were glowing, right?
yeah, they're pulsing with like magical energy.
Okay. I had the inclination earlier to just run up to them before he investigated them and just stick my face in it.
It would have been funny if it was just a vat of acid and that's how Naki dies.
I probably wouldn't stick my face. I probably would have put my finger in it. Anyway, continue.
So these are all potions: health potion, mana potion, and what seems to be, what did you say it was?
Cloud burst.
And a cloud burst over here, which would
Oh yeah, I'm
Seem to help
familiar
us
with that. Yep. Yo, let me get some of the
Ooh.
health
None of you
potion,
really
though.
have heard of that. None of you have been really casters, so none of you really know what the
What?
cloud burst is. You know the health potion. I'd say Naki knows roughly what a mana potion does. It kind of gives you some of that magical energy you need to flow, that ability to be able to utilize some of the abilities you possess. But the rest of you, the cloud burst one just sounds fucking foreign.
What's the cloudburst one? Is it the purple one over there? The one that's really pretty?
yes, the purple one over there. It would help
Ooh,
us.
what does it do? Can I touch it?
Well, I mean, you could if you wanted to.
Can I get
but-
up and shove my face in the health potion cauldron?
I like the idea your arm's broken, you're going to dip your head in there.
Yeah, I want
Eleanor,
to start drinking it.
Eleanor gets up and starts kind of walking that way. Her arm kind of in her little sling that the Naki had fashioned. Walks over and you just dunk your head in there.
Yep, just dunk my head and start drinking.
And the wildest thing you guys have ever seen from Eleanor, someone who usually prides herself on her appearance. She just almost like she's bobbing for apples, just whole head into the cauldron, and you just hear and you hear and you just hear like a bunch of large gulps as she comes up, and you see a large portion of that was actually drained as that happened. And
Hey, I didn't know you could drink so much in one time.
you recover
Desperate times, honey. Desperate times.
9 hit points of HP.
That's way more than I needed, thanks.
As she comes back up, I just want it to be noted I have the flask out and was getting ready to dump it on the ground so we could just fill it up and she could drink from the flask.
I like the idea of you looking to get your flask as she motioned her way over here, and you're kind of unbuckling it from your belt, and you kind of grabbed it and you kind of start spinning the lid for it, and you turn over, and as that happens, you made eye contact with Eleanor, and you just see her go.
Ellie, if you want some more, I dumped out my water skin earlier to put out the fire. You could have my water skin if you want.
Whoa.
Eleanor, you do feel, and it kind of hurts because you're not used to suffering. You're used to suffering a bit of like flesh damage, and health potions do very good at healing flesh damage really fast. But the flesh damage that's in your arm, you feel the swelling kind of going down, but the bone isn't necessarily aligned just yet. And you feel it kind of trying to align, and you just you feel this like it's like this internal scraping. It's like envision.
Sorry, my own broken bones are hurting now.
You might want to mute your mic for a second because this is getting visceral. As this is going on, it feels like there's a chalkboard being scraped internally. It's just like. And then just with a sudden, just like it gets into place, and suddenly you start feeling your fingertips. And as that happens, you feel the warmth of your arms starting to return.
So, Naki, this blue one, this mana potion would help us both if we...
Should I put it that one? Fill my water skin up with that one?
Well, I was thinking we could fill your water skin with the purple one, since that would help us be more.
What does it do again? Yeah, I don't know if you said something. I just thought it was. Purple.
You would describe it, Josh, as a bit of like an adrenaline. It gives you the edge in combat.
It would give us an adrenaline rush, so to say.
So is it like when is it like when we drink coffee?
It kind of, yes.
Okay, I filled it up with that one.
Can I
completely ignoring the mana potion? You see as she just bubbles as they slowly stop. She pulls it back up. You see the purple fumes start to emanate from her little water skin.
Well, I'm going to have some of this one.
Should I
help us recover our mana?
Should I drink the other one too? Should I drink it like Ellie did?
Not like Ellie. Let's share it.
Oh, okay. Also, I don't know if you guys remember, but there's another dead body back there. I looked at it. He looks kind of dead.
Oh, we'll just leave him there for now.
Oh, okay.
Portal.
I
look at it later.
I feel bad for them. They don't seem like bad people. Maybe I should sing a song for them before we leave.
Do you mind if I use your drinking skin?
My water skin is full of purple stuff, and we're not using it right now. Pang.
Pang is your. As you guys are looking around, just FYI, some of you might have caught on, but there are various vials on the shelves. Like there's a few different containers. Some of them seemingly have some liquids in them. Some of them have like moldy liquids in them, but you could probably scavenge something to kind of put something together.
Do some of them have like lids or like the cork like?
A lot of them do. Some of them didn't. That's why they're very moldy and gross. But the bigger ones that seem to hold more liquid, those ones do have. Most of them have the little corks in them. Some of them have some different colored liquids too that seem to be glowing or faintly glowing.
Can I grab a bunch of those, dump out the liquid in there, and then fill it up with health potions?
Wait, can I go up to where there is? Is there a pink one?
You could go and scan. You didn't see a pink one on the one shelf that you really thoroughly looked at. the one that Peng walked up to, you see a couple of different ones. You see one that's like a purplish liquid. You see one that's like a bright gold liquid that's in it, and it looks fairly shallow.
Can I just grab it and drink it?
Okay. You see Naki squeeze past Peng, who's still hurt, and Naki just literally like almost as if she's getting in front of the line. Like kind of budges in front, grabs the yellow one.
Let me see what this one is.
And she just pops it open, and before you can even react, you just hear go, go, go. And you taste what you would describe as like a very strong vinegar. It goes down almost with like a coarse kind of liquid. It feels thick. As your word of the day calendar would describe, it's very viscous. As you fill it, you hear the gulps go from like a very strong, easy gulp to more with like a. As the last drop goes down, you don't feel anything initially, but Peng, before your eyes, you see Naki as she just slowly and grows by 5 feet. And just is this giant amongst men. She actually peaks her height at about 12 and a half feet tall. You're now considered a large creature for now, and you're currently hunching your head down a little bit to stand in this room. Your voice is now a bit deeper too.
I'm gonna note Peng's fur is standing up on the back of his butt.
So, are there any empty vials I can see that I can cork and put some of this mana potion into?
Over on the one that you were by with Eleanor, you see about 3 medium-sized little vials that you could use.
I'm gonna grab them and go fill them up as fast as I can before Naki comes and drinks it all.
All with the mana? In the mana one, the magical liquids work a little bit differently. When you dunk it in, the first one, it's a very big cauldron, but as you are pulling it through the vial that seemingly wouldn't hold much of this liquid at all, as it pulls it out, you notice that the liquid had kind of receded down to about half level by the time you got enough in that potion. As you kind of cork that bottle, you realize you've probably got about 2 of those inside of that cauldron there.
Okay, well, I'm filling them both up with that, yeah.
Okay. So both of those, you cork them, and now you've got 2 mana potions. The description for those: recover all of your spell slots up to level 3, and then 1 for each one after level 3.
Damn.
I wanted to grab some vials for health potions.
So you walk over by the bookshelf, and you notice that a few of the ones that you would have otherwise grabbed were shattered as your back had pressed against it. And you find one good one on the other bookshelf there, but you do see a couple of interesting ones. You see a turquoise-ish one that has like a red line kind of zagged through it that kind of seems to be moving on its own, almost like it's a creature, but it's just like a line of magic kind of moving around.
I drink it.
You just drink it? Okay.
I want to drink it. I need the vials.
Eleanor grabs this liquid, and out of the peripheral eye of Peng, who's now seen someone drink a random liquid, he can now see Eleanor, who just broke her arm, with her right arm, pops open a cork of this turquoise liquid with red glowing in it, and she takes a drink, and it tastes sweet, but like really sweet. It tastes like you're literally drinking sugar, and it feels almost as granular as you start to just, and it's not a big one. This one's more of like a regular vial sized. As it goes down fairly easy. You notice your hands, you see as your skin shifts, and you just see hair growing everywhere, and it just all over your hands, and then you kind of double take it, and you can see at the tip of your nose just hair growing and forming all around you. Who dropped out?
Lexi.
But real quick, how many uses did you say those mana potions had?
You had 2 vials.
Yeah, 2 vials.
Two
How many
vials.
uses were they? Can you give me a description for them?
Oh.
What was the description on them, Ricky?
They recover all of your spell slots up to level 3 and 1 per each level above that. So if you have a 4, a 5, and a 6, you would get 1 of each of those. And if you have 2 4s, You would only get 1 for level spell slot.
Eleanor, I didn't know we had 2 Tabaxis here.
I'm turning into a werewolf.
Lights are growing there. Glowing. Sorry, Allie's computer, she accidentally restarted her computer, and now her internet's being funky, so give us just a second. Yeah, you're not really turning into a werewolf. It seemingly just grew a ton of hair. As you guys look at her, the best description I'd give you guys is a visionary image. She looks like a Wookiee. The additional image I will say is it's just very long hair. It's still growing. It's gone from about like 2 to 3 inches to probably like a solid 8, 9 inches. It's starting to slow down as it grows, and it still just keeps growing. And now at this point, it feels hot in your armor. Your clothes feel padded because it's everywhere. And I'm going to be a little too detailed here, but as a girl, you're feeling it grow on your nipples. It's growing like next to your asshole. You're feeling it grow between your toes. Like it's hair in places you didn't want. There's another, like it's growing literally everywhere. Like every surface area of your body. It is just continually growing.
I don't like this anymore. Make it stop.
Welcome to my life.
And as it's continually growing, it's now reached about a full foot, now approaching 13 inches. Your shoes feel full and hot. And almost as sudden as it began, you're starting to panic, by the way, because it's like too much. It went from like, oh, charming, to now being like, you look like, what is the big hair guy from
Cousin It?
Yeah, Cousin It. You look like Cousin It right now. And it is still growing. Now it's about 16, 17 inches. Eleanor has formed into what would be like the beacon of hair. It looks like the collection they would have after a day of trimming people's hair at a salon. And as it all came, almost as fast as it all did, you see it all start to turn gray and age. And now it's starting to look old. And just as quickly as it came, it starts to wither away. And it all falls off. And now there's this huge, almost hay bale sized pile of hair surrounding Eleanor. And inside of all of your clothes, it is your hair just everywhere, that it just ejected itself from your body. But you feel refreshed. In fact, with that, it healed you up to full HP if you weren't already. So
I was, but fuck yeah.
You feel even more refreshed than before. You feel great. You feel hot.
Hey guys,
you feel hot.
You should try this.
You feel hot and a little uncomfortable because, like I said, hair grew everywhere. So any surface inside of your clothing, you're not touching clothing anymore. It's just your old hair. Your clothing looks like bulbous almost with your own hair. You look like the Michelin tire man. You look like that. But your hair is back to normal. It's in the same spot as it once was. You had it up, I think. Actually, no, that's all rescinded. Your hair is like down, but it's back to its normal length, just as it was before. It seems like someone was trying to make a health potion and accidentally found a way to restore you, but also make all of your hair follicles activate and deactivate. And the one side effect you're noticing, and you're going to have to maintain this a little bit, as you're kind of looking, like thumbing around your face to try and check, you feel faint little signs of stubble.
Ew.
You might want to see someone about that. Maybe someone can get rid of that, but you do notice that your face has stubble.
Hey guys.
It's not long enough that people can see it yet. It's just that like itchy stubble, just a little hairs. You don't have 5 o'clock shadow. We'll see later if you do. But you feel great though, and now you have an empty vial if you want to go make use of it. You're gonna have to slog through all of your hair now, but
Yeah, I'm gonna get all of the hair out first, and then I'll go fill up the mana potions.
That's gonna take you to get as much of the hair out and like empty your boots and do all that. You probably are gonna have to tell everybody to look away because you have to get completely bare to just dump out your boots, everything. Varian, noticing what's going on as you're starting to like pull stuff off, just immediately turns and averts his eyes.
Everybody turn around.
I just had my hands up like, what's so wrong with hair?
Oof.
Allie, your mic isn't going, I think.
Yeah, you're not. We can't hear you.
Uh-oh.
All I'm hearing is Josh typing furiously.
Yep.
All right, she's working on it.
So, can I go check around the room and see what I can tell from the other vials? But I have to roll another Arcana check.
You would need to roll another Arcana check to really dive onto the other ones. There's only 2 more liquids that are on the shelves.
17.
Okay.
I'm just gonna sit to the side.
Pang, you see him just kind of take his normal meditative stance. You see him cross his legs, sit down.
Full lotus position, arms cupped.
And
Before we get too much into the other stuff, let me go check it out first, guys.
you go through and piques your interest, surprisingly, just knowing your favorite color. You see an orange potion, and this one's got what seems to be a very white liquid kind of flowing around inside. A very bright potion. That one appears to be what you would determine as some sort of fire resistance potion. It seems to give you a reduction to damage on fire if it were to do that. It's kind of known in the lands as like a scorched savor. Very rarely used. People usually use it around volcanoes and other things like that, and any sort of big hazards. And from your studies, people who have journeyed to the fire plane and have done things there, it's kind of a way to survive in that atmosphere. Seems like a weaker version of it. Maybe it only just gives you slight immunity, but not full immunity. But seems like something worth kind of carrying around. You don't really have a good bag right now. You have pockets, but it seems like a really high quality find. The other one you see is a purple liquid, like a very violet purple. As you kind of look around, you have to. This one is harder because there's a lot of purple liquids out there. You pop it open, you have to smell it, and the smell is like that of rose bushes in the summer. It smells very good. And as you kind of pick it up, you notice it just kind of it gives you the semblance of just feeling very good about yourself. And you realize that this is something you would use to say persuade someone to do something you want. It's a very it'll help you talk your way out of a bad situation. It's called like the charmer's tale, kind of around. And as you're kind of looking at it, you're feeling pretty good about the find you found, and you're surprised that you found the kind of cooler ones, and you're thankful that you didn't find the mix mashed hair potion. But at this point, Eleanor is now still dealing with undressing, dealing with her shit, dumping hair out, and poor Eleanor has had a day.
I do have 2 vials to fill, though.
So I'm gonna pick them both up and walk over to Horudal.
Horudal.
I'm gonna say it wrong every time on purpose now. And I'm gonna go, Horudal, you should hold on to these for us. We can find them useful in the future.
Maybe I'll hold on to it if you pronounce my name correctly.
This one will give us some sort of fire resistance, and then this one will help us with charming people.
All right. And I just take both of them and store them in the bag.
So you've
Can you
got.
guys hear me now?
Oh my God,
Whoa,
robot Alec.
You sound like that Warforged lady back at the shops.
Well,
Gotta
my
go
God.
now.
remember, I'm really big.
Just in your backpack, really quick, Rudolph, you have what's called the. Actually, I think I'll make the items really quick and put them in your inventory.
Okay. Should we take a break real quick? About on the 2-hour mark.
Here in just a second. We're at about an hour and 40 minutes of actual session, so we'll give it here in just a second. Does everybody need to take a bathroom break or anything?
I just need to pee like a racehorse.
Oh, gotcha. You're good to step away. I'm gonna fill your inventory. We still got a couple of things to do. Hello?
Hello?
Hello.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
You said I was really big. So, here you go.
Naki,
Oh, there we
what happened
go.
to your voice?
You're still so cute, though.
I don't know what happened to my voice. I feel like really tall. You look so small.
You guys are looking at Naki, who's got a like everything on her person grew
Why
too.
is your face so small?
I'm like still like taking hair out of places and like just staring up at her like, what the fuck?
Eleanor, you
Dude,
feel like you
what-
got the raw end of the deal.
Yeah, what the fuck?
I'm just gonna
Do you need some help,
curl up
Ellie?
on top of the shelf.
I mean, as you try to get on, roll an acrobatics check because it is a very narrow shelf. Let's see if you can.
Okay.
I give you advantage. You are a cat. You're good at that stuff. Oh, you're perfectly
It
fine.
doesn't matter. 23.
I'll see if you get a nat 20. Okay, why not?
Oh, okay. Fuck it. Why not? Second roll. No. 23 is the better one.
You pounce up. You don't really climb. You just kind of, and your weight. You know how to balance your weight when you're jumping onto very delicate surfaces. Despite the fact that you've knocked over trophies and countless other things in the past, but you have a general idea of not making the whole thing fall over. As you get up on top, again, you're still, that bookshelf's probably about 4 feet. You're still shorter than Naki at her full height, who's sitting at about 12.5 feet tall. And that's if you were fully stood.
Curl up.
Yeah, that's if you were fully stood. But just to put that in perspective, what you're next to, you're able to kind of get comfortable, but it's nowhere near as comfortable for like a meditative state like it was on the ground. But knowing how you genuinely feel about surfaces, you do feel safer up here.
Okay.
And Naki's still huge, and Tud had just gotten the other potions. Eleanor had just made her way after finally emptying all of the hair out of her clothing, and will still continually find it until she gives them a very thorough wash. You got that, you know, when you get your hair cut and you got those like itchy hairs? It's like that all over right now. You get over to the health potion area, and you notice that after you dunked your head, the cauldron is about 3/4, and as you fill up both your vials, that leaves 1/4 of the cauldron left.
It'll be okay.
And the cloudburst
One fourth of the
potion
healing one?
that is next to it, I think Naki only took one, and that one has about 2/3 left.
Oh, I had one vial left, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna walk over there and fill it up.
So you walk over and you just fill up the last one of the cloudburst with ease.
And then
Are they? What kind of health potion is this? Is this
It is just a lesser, just a regular healing potion. So it's the 2d4
Yeah.
plus Constitution. You guys still have, now that you have your full arm movement back, by the way, you do feel like you could probably handle lock picking if needed. You're now, as you're feeling a little bit better, and you don't have that sickened feeling of your arm being broken as you once did. You're now looking a bit more longingly at the chest as your roguish nature wants to discover whatever's inside very
Let's do it.
eagerly.
I'm gonna do it. Let's do it. I want to open the chest.
So Eleanor walks over to Harudal, who's holding the chest, and Naki is trying to talk, but her voice is so low that people aren't catching what she's saying.
What?
I don't know what to do. Help.
Just relax for a bit. You'll be fine. Have a seat. I think
Okay.
it'll wear off, just like mine did.
I'm gonna plop down onto the ground.
As she does that, you just hear as she takes a seat. Now that she's like sat down, if you were to be fully stood up, Pang, you would be about at her head height. She's huge.
Jesus.
Just sit there for a minute, honey.
You
I
take
think it'll wear off.
you take a curious strum because your lute grew with you. You take a curious strum of your lute, and it sounds like a gigantic bass because the strings are just so big. You just hear. She picks
Sounds
it.
great to me.
You hear
I'm
what
just
sounds
glad
like
to be playing
As she starts to play, you hear what sounds to be the beginning of "Can't Stop" by Red Hot Chili Peppers.
She slept on the base.
I was,
As you're all doing that, Hrudal, having just kind of helped Tud kind of put some of the 2 potions away, which I'm still working on getting into your inventory here. You do notice that sorry, one sec. You do notice that Eleanor is now looking at the treasure chest, and you're now putting 2 and 2 together that her arm is now fixed, and she could probably assist you with that.
What's the magic word?
Please give me the chest.
All right, you talked me into it. And
Give me the fucking chest.
I put the chest down on the floor in between us.
Okay. I'm gonna pick it up and pick it.
So that would be, I would say, sleight of hand check. Feeling after getting your ass kind of handed to you, you are confident about this. You have advantage on this roll.
Good cards.
Here's another potion for you to carry as well.
I need it.
Oh, all right. Thanks.
21.
21. And you dropped a
21.
9, so thankfully you did it. You see as Eleanor kind of not even really like propping herself down, she just takes her tools, and you see it pop in. You're just like, and you're kind of fumbling with the tumblers, and as you hit the last one, you hear, and as that happens, the chest, you feel the release of it, and you can then open the chest up.
What's in the?
As you open it, the moment it pops open, the sigil on the other side, you hear, and you hear,
Guy?
and as you make eye contact to what's in chest, it seemingly had metal objects inside. Inside, all you see are a couple of little scrolls, but that's not really your attention right now. As you hear just, and the light and the torch on the other side, you hear it. And for those of you who don't have dark vision, you cannot see as the room goes fully black.
Good thing I have dark vision.
guys who turn out the lights, I'm big and I don't know what to do.
What's going on?
I can see you all, but what's happening?
Todd, can you put on your dancing light?
Sure.
You're right now. We're gonna kind of go through this here in just a second. So you're still reacting right now as you hear the. Those of you in dark vision see the girl who is sitting on top of the sigil as her body just. And you hear, as you hear it, you see what seemingly is a spirit clawing through the sigil, and you see the spirit of an older gentleman wearing a crown atop his head, and his eyes distant, clawing its way up and through there. The cough, swallowing my own spit. You hear it as it's crawling out of the what feels to be another plane of existence. And as it enters the body, you see its hands dip in and almost rip open the flesh as it's climbing into its new puppet. The body, mouth moving around, just as it happens, you see little wings start to kind of pop out of the back. Her arms slump down, and as her hands go from just simple human hands to elongated fingers, almost tripling their length. Large black nails. You see her face, her jaw dislocates and almost forms a different figure as the teeth go from normal human teeth popping out, just the teeth peppering the ground. Todd scrambling to be able to see casts dancing lights. You see as lights kind of come in. They're dimmer than usual, but they're not necessarily not enough light for you guys to see. The rest of you who've not seen it, it's almost like a pop in your face, and you see this creature forming, and just as it's forming even further, you see its legs almost double in length. The flesh is still maintaining that gray figure, but you see veins pulsing through. The clothes ripping and tattering. What would have once been bare flesh on her chest looks almost like a demon surface, just black or grayish scales decorated down. The jaw now kind of forming into its true shape, almost a sharp sharp angle, the nose having receded, the brow almost a furrowed horn as the creature kind of forms, and as it kind of gets up to full form, it glances over you guys with a very sharp glance. You can tell it's weak. It isn't in full form as the fleshy sounds of bones popping and moving and manipulating slowly subside. You hear,
What is it you are doing here? This is my domain. This is mine. The fuck are you here for?
and as that happens, you see as its hands, these demonic elongated claws start swirling and a blue beam of magic pops up. Roll initiative.
Damn.
Are you rolling it or are we?
Could we not?
Oh my gosh.
21. 23. 21.
21.
21.
3?
3?
Whale.
Oh,
I always
fuck.
say roll initiative before I'm actually ready because I'm
Wait,
just
why
a
didn't
dumb.
why did it roll mine? It was like a 19 on my roll. What the fuck?
I think you roll it outside of the box.
No, I didn't. I rolled it in the box.
There you
There it is.
go.
Still got
Yours
19.
actually went in.
And my character was clicked. Huh. Whatever.
21. Oh my god, the dog barks coming through alleys.
So good.
That's the demon, right?
That's so dope.
It's waiting.
Ew.
You just see the swirling magic, and then just as fast as it came, it takes its first turn. And with that, you see a spray of just poisonous energy bear down over on. We need to refresh this map real quick here. Give me a memento. We're just gonna refresh.
Uno momento, por favor.
Actually, really quick, we did hit that 2-hour mark, just barely, just about to. Right before this combat starts, we're going to take a quick 15-minute break and very quickly, go to the bathroom, get some drinks, cool down a little bit. And when we come back, we will find out what happens to the heroes of Holman as they're interacting with what appears to be some demon pulled from the other side. And
We pick our pants and run away.
sounds about right. Sounds about right.
Time to go get the fuck out of here.
That's it. I'm out.
Let's bounce.
Fuck this shit, I'm out.
Hey, I'm normal again. What happened?
You're still big.
No, I know, but
I was just
Right
making
now.
sure. I'm just making sure that you know that you're still gigantic. It's almost like that would have been more beneficial on someone like Pang or Varian, but it just got the wrong person.
Then again, neither of us would have randomly drink shit, I guess. I don't know.
True.
Says we kind of went on break. You had just popped open the chest, and almost as if as soon as that chest opened, you heard gurgling and moving as the torchlight went out, and a figure essentially formed from the old corpse of the woman that you had found there. And as it came to with big old wings and clawed fingers, probably standing about 8 feet tall. This almost bony structure, stretched skin, pale veins running through, turning what was once I would say fairly beautiful young woman or middle-aged woman into a monstrosity the likes few have ever seen. And as that happened, you guys were all caught off guard. Tud quickly with just a bunch of little pops. These are as these orbs came to light, and normally the light would be more than enough to illuminate this room, but they seemed dull and almost like the light's being stripped from them. And as that happened, you see the creature swirling this dark magic. And as that happened, we went to break, and now we are going to continue from there. I'm gonna cut over to our battle screen here so people on stream can see, and let's get to it. At the beginning here, you see it as it's spinning its fingers, these massive hands, as this little flowing ball of magic slowly turns to a dark green, and he pushes them together, and it bursts like a little pustule, and the liquid splashes out. I am noticing the map was not fully refreshed. Please close the map, and I will refresh it on everyone's end. And let me know when you guys are all back to like your adequate zoom. I just want to make sure all the tokens are correct.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Okay.
the dogs were looking at me like they needed to go potty.
There we go. And as that happens, you just hear like, and in a cone, Eleanor and Hrudal, I need you to take a dexterity save.
Hang on, I'm still opening the map.
That is an 18.
It's a
Seeing the magic swirling, you can almost get a sense of what was about to happen. You see as Hrudal and Eleanor just quickly dive out of the way. You see Hrudal dash over here, and Eleanor, now with her slightly freshly healed arm, she dives and just barely squeezes past Tud as you see this acid just swoosh all over the ground. And you see the cauldron that the both of them, you see the cauldron of healing that had only one potion left. You see as the liquid mixes in there, you see the magic dilute and fade as it starts to leak from the cauldron, and the liquid no longer glowing a bright red, more of just like a regular liquid color, as whatever seemed to have gone into it has diluted that remaining liquid. The creature just goes, yeah. You see his hands elongate. You see the blades of it shoot out of his claws. You see him just, and you hear a as the creature gets about 5 feet off the ground, and flies over to Varian and takes a down towards him with his claws. Do 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 do. Oh yeah, that hit. You see as he flies towards you, he goes to slash down, and right as this happens, Varian, almost like something had just become, like you had just channeled an energy. You feel the urge to deflect, and as you pull your blade in a lightning fast motion, this new thing you've been practicing for what feels like 10 years, you've always wanted the ability to stop an impending attack that is just overwhelming. Your blade makes the perfect motion, almost like a full slash up, and you block a natural 20 on you.
What?
As this happens, your blade slashes into the claw, and you deal double damage from your normal blade attack.
Dopenberg.
We'll put this on your sheet later, but you have the ability once per day to deflect a natural 20 against you, and double your damage in retaliation.
Holy hell, that's dope. So you want me to roll crit damage on
Roll
this guy?
crit damage, yep.
Damn.
Yeah, someone remind me. Combat track of that.
You can just look at what the roll would be, and then you can just double the dice roll, or we can look at the dice roll on the roll itself, and I can just double that. So, either way.
Alright.
Because normally if it rolled a crit naturally when you're targeting it, it'll do all the math for you.
So you don't want me to target it?
You can, but go for it. Yeah, target it just so it does the damage, and then I'll do the additional.
Someone remind me, there's a crit button.
I missed that part.
Oh, I found it. That's good.
Ooh. You see as the blade in this lightning motion, it's a thunderous strike here as the blade shoots with a perfect motion to deflect an otherwise most likely fatal hit from this creature as its arm is coming down, and you sever the hand with the hand drops limp to the ground. He goes as the blood shoots all over, and by that time you're already sinking your blade back in with a strong composure and feeling as if nothing can harm you.
Dope.
Doggo agrees.
It's looking pretty good. That was a killer blow, and with that, it ends its turn. But it is urging to go fast, so be careful. That was its first attack before the initiative had started, and now we're starting initiative. So if it feels like it's kind of double attacking, that's why. We then moved to Pang, who rolled really well before we went to our break. Pang, you just saw Varian remove this creature's hand. You're sat atop the bookshelf. What are you gonna do?
Which potion did it knock over again?
Did you knock over?
No.
It ruined the remainder of the healing potion. So now all of them are empty.
Okay.
All of the chamber or the cauldrons are now empty, and the healing potion one was completely diluted now.
Todd was the one with the current healing potions, correct?
Eleanor took the last two after dunking her head in. So Eleanor had put them away in her little like satchel.
Okay. So I'm gonna go up to Eleanor and be like, "Hey, real quick, I need a potion."
Eleanor, you can hand him a potion if you wish.
Yeah, that's fine.
She
Are you
she
hurt?
motions a potion to you. Yeah, he took about half of his HP. He's a little bruised up and beat from when he got flung across the room.
Yeah, I was kind of waiting for everybody to settle down before I tried to heal because everybody was trying to kind of running around the room. So if I use
2d4 plus your con.
use it, how many uses do I get per?
1.
You have one. You
One,
drink
yeah.
that whole potion. If you took half of it,
Okay.
you could do 1d4 plus half your con. I'd be willing to kind of roleplay that, but you would have to recall that if I hear that same one potion and try to take the full thing, you would have to note that you have half of it left.
Okay. I'm just gonna drink all of it.
Okay. So you see him just pop the cork that you freshly put in and just see him gulp it down. This is your bonus action as you're using this.
Yeah. So is 1d4.
At 2d4 plus your constitution.
Okay.
So 6.
plus 1.
So you recover 7 points. So you're back to full.
Which is back to full, thankfully. Just barely. So that's my bonus action, so I don't have any more, right?
Yeah, you have that was your bonus action. You have your regular action, so you can make a regular attack, and then when you would be leveled up, you could use flurry of blows. But right now, you just have your one attack.
Okay. So I'm gonna run up and just swing with my staff.
Okay.
Oh, I forgot to target it.
That hits. Target it now, and we can roll the damage.
Okay. Targeted. Okay, 7.
You see as Pang rushes up after finishing the potion. Did you just drop it, or did you just try and hold on to it with you? Because it's still a piece of glass.
I just held it. I just held it in my other hand while running up with the staff.
Okay, so you go over and you just quickly, as you kind of dive towards it, because it's still a little bit above the air, you jump and you just barely clip its leg, and it just smacks into the leg. And with that, you hear just like a crack as it's rippling from its leg. And it looks like it sustained a bit of damage there. That looks like it hurt. Okay. And with that ends your turn, and the creature's turn is next. It then flutters backwards, giving Varian and Pang both an attack of opportunity.
Okay.
Actually, technically, that was your reaction, Varian.
Okay.
What we did earlier. My bad.
No worries. Ignore that then.
So, Pang, you get an attack of opportunity, but you don't have a reaction.
Okay.
After this.
So
you just roll your normal attack to see if it hits. Just a quarterstaff.
Okay. 25.
God damn. As it starts to flutter away, Pang just really quickly lashes back. Roll damage.
Damn, bro.
9 damage.
And you hit his leg again. This time you just hear like a rippling of the stick, and you hear a bone break as you've now battered that same shin twice. Pretty brutal, man. It is not looking good. It flutters back, and you see it go. You see his hands, just these little star symbols form on both of its hands, and you see its eyes begin to glow a red energy, and it goes, and 2 blades shoot out, one at Varian and one at Pang. I need you both to take a strength saving throw.
16.
23.
Nice.
Pang, you don't save. This is not something you wanted to be in the way of. You see is the energy. It's so mad. You both lit this creature up. This is its last ditch effort because it's bleeding profusely from both its right hand being severed. So it's kind of channeling this all from one arm. And where its right arm would be, you see the ghastly hand of the humanoid figure that had entered her earlier, as it's swirling the magic and pulses out these black bolts of energy. Varian, very quickly dodging to the side, as he turns to his right, he sees the bolt of energy as it pierces through the gut of Pang, and Pang drops to the ground, unconscious.
Damn.
That was 12 damage.
Oh my god.
Whoa.
You trying to kill him?
No. He beat the shit out of him. He used its legendary action. Like, this is...
Jesus.
It literally had nothing other... You kicked his ass. You both just did over a third of its HP before it did really anything to anybody. So it just immediately retaliated back, and its save is hard on that one. With that, you guys see as Pang just crumples to the ground, bleeding, and passes out on the floor. Rudolph, what do you do?
Hooked up. Eat his ass.
It's not targeting this thing.
You have a lot of people targeted.
Yeah, you have like everybody targeted.
Yeah, I don't know how the hell that happened. There we go.
He's just gonna murder all of you. Fires his blunderbuss.
Yeah, for
He
real.
just goes over to
I'm gonna take all
Pang and
of
just
you down.
blows his brains. I'll put you out of your misery, old Bessie.
Damn.
I'm
sorry,
going to shift up to right there, and I actually am going to use the blunderbow.
See, it rotates back over, strong grip.
18.
Nice.
That hits.
End it. Damn.
32 damage.
Whoa.
Holy fuck.
As the shrapnel leaves the end of the blunderbow, you hear a and it peppers the body. You see its wings ripped to shreds. You see the torso ripped in holes, and you see the spirit go as it's seemingly dragged back to the rift in the sigil at the base of the altar. And he's just, no, this was my time. And he's dragged through the rift into the ground. And the corpse of the demon just slumps to the ground on the stairs and just ripples down, face just in front of Varian.
All right. Well, we should get Pang up and then get out of here because this place is freaking me out.
Smoke emanating from the barrel of your bow. Pang, as you look at him, there is a sizable hole where that black energy went through, in his abdomen. And he's just laying there prone. Actually, now that combat's ended, I need you to roll a death save.
Yeah.
Yeah, how do I do it?
Just go to your character on your main screen. There's a death save option.
You see it?
Or just roll a d20. Anything above 10
Yeah, it's
counts.
just a straight roll.
I think that's what it was. Just like,
He failed his first one.
Hey, so you know that other health potion I had? I'm gonna shove it down his throat and make him drink it.
Okay, so Eleanor quickly just pops open the vial and dumps it over his now slightly open mouth as you use your other hand to hold it open, kind of propping his head up so that the liquid will go down. Roll 2d4 plus your con.
I don't know how to do that all in one.
4 and 1.
Yeah, you're back to 1 HP, or 1 damage. You see his pain, as you're pouring it down his throat, you see the flesh slowly starting to rebuild there. And you guys are starting to notice that, like, as this is happening, that wound was very close to fatal. And the spot there isn't fully healed. You see a scar formed where that bolt had gone, and the hair doesn't seem to be growing back right there on your abdomen. And your robes are kind of beat to hell from taking such a big bolt of magic. But you come to, and you see Eleanor dumping that potion, and now has just expended both of the potions she got from in here. But proud of what you did, because you went over and kicked that creature's ass, so it wasn't like you didn't do anything. She is definitely happy about that.
Yeah.
All right. What do you guys do?
Was it you that put the 2 potion on here?
Yeah, you had those. Yeah, I put those in there for you.
Does the sigil still seem to be on that altar?
Do an investigation check. From your angle,
no.
It's a really weird angle to really see it.
Investigation.
And I'd say you'd have to probably walk up to probably at least about here to get a good look.
3.
Even though you really are struggling to pick it up with the dull light kind of going on, you can pick up what was once the sigil. Just looks like a burned mark right under where the body once was. Again, there's just the collapsed body of the demon down over at the edge of the stair, but her body is now gone. It was used as a flesh canvas for that creature to come in.
Do you guys think anything else is going to show up in this room?
I
No.
really hope not.
I'm not willing to chance it. I think we should take everything we got and we should leave.
Yeah, I'm gonna close the treasure chest that we found, the little chest with the scrolls in it, and put it in my bag, and we
So
gonna
the
get out
chest
of
is
here.
very large. It's like almost 4 feet wide. If you want to grab the scrolls, now that the chest is open,
Yeah.
it's still been sitting open. You can take a
Yeah,
look
let's
and
go
see.
over here.
So
What's in here?
as you thumb through, I need you to roll an Arcana check. Actually, I don't know if you know of it. You could probably take a quick glance, but you probably wouldn't be able to pick up what is on here as you kind of take a look.
22.
Even with that, you're looking at this and it's just like, it's magic lingo. You're just like, you're looking at what it's trying to instruct, but to you, it's just like, I don't know, magic stuff. You definitely feel like Tud might know.
You know what? How many scrolls are there?
There's 2.
I might just grab them both, put them in my backpack,
Okay.
and my bag, and then we're gonna get the fuck out of here.
She takes a quick look, rolls it back up, and puts it in her satchel. And I see Harudal kind of starting to get ready to go. He's like got his stuff put together. As he gets to the end of the hall, you see at the end of the hall, peeking around the corner, you just see the piggy tail of the gnomish girl, and she just winks at you and turns around the corner.
God damn it, this place is fucking spooky. And I sprint down the end of the hall because the gnome girl's back.
You guys are actually able to, if you guys are just heading out, aren't searching, are you guys searching anything else in here, or are you just leaving?
I wanted to search the guy's dead body.
Yeah, we should probably do a searchy
Okay.
search.
Harudal, as
Can I
you ran
roll
down, because Harudal just took off, so Harudal, as you turn that corner, she's nowhere to be found. Paying, you go to thumb through the corpse of the man.
Should I roll anything, or
Roll an investigation, see if you can search the body.
16?
You do a pretty okay job thumbing through. You're popping open his jacket, and you do find a couple of little like pieces of parchment that like look to be just like little notes he had taken, but nothing really informative. But you do find his what seems to be like his own like personal note-taking book, and you do notice that it says Marcus on the front of it.
Marcus. Okay. Can I take the notebook with me?
Yeah.
Okay.
How do I add things to
Marshall.
my
It says
inventory?
Marshall. My bad. It says Marshall.
Okay. Okay, and I take the notebook with me, and then I start following after
You
Hordal.
don't have much space. You've got your belt. You could probably try and prop it in, but I'd say you're running low because you didn't really have a backpack. You've stashed the other half of your old, or not other half, your old a quarterstaff. You've just used like the sash that you have to kind of prop it in there. You have like some basic pockets, but you've never had a backpack. You've kind of lived that monk culture of living very light, not carrying what you don't need. You have a little coin bag, but other than that, nothing.
Oh, I thought I had a
particular.
bag. Okay.
I'm gonna look at him and I'm gonna say, Payne, do you want me to carry that for you?
She reaches down to you with her gigantic height.
I run
Just
off,
pick up the book.
holding it in my
Yeah,
hand.
he's holding it in his hand and he just turns and dashes away.
Aww. You guys,
I'm
Hey,
scared of Big
Ellie?
Nagi.
Ellie,
She's looking at Eleanor, going, Ellie.
Oh my god, you're so cute. Even when you're big.
do you think we can fit me through the hallway? I try to go to the hallway.
Roll a acrobatics check to see if you can't squeeze yourself through the hallway.
12.
Oh, she's making her way through, but that thing is jammed up. It's jammed up good with a gigantic tiefling as she's just crawling through, elbows pressed against it. Rudolph, you might have seen a little gnome girl that seems to be terrifying you, but as you kind of you're gone actually. Rudolph dipped. He would have seen just the face of Naki as she's like grudge climbing through the
You know
hallway.
who does see me though? Payne, probably.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, Pang.
I'm around the corner, just like, ah!
Yeah, I see as she emerges from it. And funnily enough, the moment you emerge from that cramped space, almost as fast as it happened, you just feel your presence just shrinking back down to your normal size as you go back to normal size Naki.
Aw.
I look up at Eleanor and I say, Ellie, you're so big again.
I'm just gonna pat her on the head.
I'm gonna walk up and be like, I'm so glad to have normal Naki back, and then I'm gonna hand off the notebook to Eleanor.
Oh,
Oh, thanks,
okay.
Payne. I'll keep this for you. I'm gonna hit the notebook in my bag.
Oh, he gave it to Eleanor.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
I'll give it to Naki to hold so she can feel special.
Oh, okay.
Pang hands it to
Thanks, Ellie.
Eleanor. Eleanor like shruggingly looks at it. You do put the 2 and 2 together that you were looking for Marshall. So you do have the ledger of Marshall. So you hand that over to Naki, who now is in possession of that.
Can I thumb through
Naki,
it when she
take
hands
very
it to me?
Take very good care of this.
I will. I'll
want it
take
back
really
later
good care.
So I can read it, okay?
Okay, can I read it too?
Yeah, roll an intelligence check. See how well you're thumbing through. I mean, it is a fairly large notebook.
14.
Are you trying are you just gonna start reading it as you're like leaving here and kind of making your way, or?
Yeah.
Okay, because it'll still take some time to read through it. So Naki
I'm not
starts
gonna.
kind
I
of.
don't want to read through the whole thing. I just want to look at it and kind of read some little excerpts.
So you're gonna skim it. So
Yeah.
she starts thumbing through. It's gonna still take some time. There's like probably about 100 pages of really tightly packed notes in here. You start to kind of skim through it, but I would say unless you guys are doing anything else, you guys are leaving.
Yep.
Let's go, Varian. I'll keep the lights on for us.
I really appreciate it.
The lights, and remember, some of the torches that we're on are now gone, so thankfully he's keeping all those dancing lights going. You guys find and make your way out back into the manor, and you get outside, and it's only about 1:30 p.m. ish. But that storm is still raging outside. You just hear You just hear a lot of rain pouring. As you get upstairs, you kind of feel the nice air. You've been down in this like damp and dark little crypt for the better part of an hour or two, and have just been really focused on what's been at hand. But the now that you're kind of getting up to the top and are finally like breathing normal air, you can really get a stark difference of what it was to be down there. You've never been in something like this, so to be down in that stony, dusty, filled, abandoned, stale air, and now you get that breath of almost too fresh air, you know, that fresh like rain air that just feels really kind of humid but like very natural and good. It's a sense of relief climbing to the top of that ladder as you all make your way, and you get up there and it's still pouring rain. Are you guys gonna make your way any specific destination, or are you gonna stay here? You do still the corpses of the bandits that you had killed. You still have a bag of unknown amounts of gold and other coin as you kind of thumbed through when you picked it up initially.
Why don't we head back to the inn that we were at, and then we can see if we can get a room again, and then we can read the scrolls and divvy up the gold and read the diary and whatnot.
Sounds like a good game plan.
Okay.
I like that idea.
As you guys emerge from the home, right there, as you see a carriage kind of pull up. What looks to be just like a simple wagon, actually, pulls up, and you see a couple of shields of Glydian people jump out, and you see Ammond, who looks a bit distraught. You see him quickly jump off. What are you guys doing over here? We heard numerous reports of screaming and shouting. A little bit ago, we had to make our way. We've been in the midst of doing the investigation. What were you guys doing in this house? This is off limits.
Fom, the bar. What is it called?
The owner of the
owner,
Cloak and
yeah.
Dagger.
Cloak
and Stagger.
The barkeep?
The barkeep.
You tripping over your words in roleplay too?
Yes.
He's looking at you like you need
this
help.
Doesn't look like it's gonna go very well. Maybe someone else should fucking talk.
Hi, Almond. We were
Dolly,
here to go look at things.
Oh god.
Hammond, we talked to the guy at Cloak and Stagger. He told us to come up here, check on his friend. The house it looked to be abandoned. We went in, there were bandits in here. There was some crazy shit going on downstairs. You might want to go check that. There's like some necromancy stuff or something from what Tud said. So I would say we probably did the Shields of Glydian a favor, so they don't have to handle it at least.
Wait, what are you talking about downstairs? We went through. We were very thorough of this whole place. Like this,
Obviously,
this whole thing was pretty open and closed. They were kidnapped, and we had no idea if they were sold to slavers.
There's that like buck up top of the fireplace. And
Do you mind showing me?
That opens up.
You hear him as his two guys come off of the wagon. They jump down. You see a very large human figure, probably like almost 7 feet tall. This guy's burly. He comes out and he's got this large sack on his back, and he kind of walks past. And as he comes by, he actually bumps into Hrudal but doesn't notice. He's just a big guy.
Excuse you, but okay.
You see him look back at you, but he's got his little he's got a mask on. They're trying to be warm because it's very wet outside. He's got a little mask internally. You just see his eyes, and he just looks like a big guy. He didn't seem to be mad. He just kind of looks kind of like he's sorry, but you don't really take anything of it. He continues to walk inside, and Ammon's like, all right, I just need you guys to show me this. Let's go inside really quick. I just want to be sure. I don't get the idea that you guys had bad intentions, but this is one of those things where this was an open and shut case. And
so real quick there, if I can, Ammond, can I talk to my party here for just a moment, please?
I mean, I guess. Do you want to talk out here in the rain, or?
It'll just take a second. Guys, if you want to head to the Cloak and Stagger, start getting a room ready, I can just meet you guys there. It's not a big deal. I can just show him real quick.
I'm gonna whisper into Hordal's ear, don't tell him what we found.
Make a stealth check to see if you're able to whisper that into a way with advantage. It is raining.
Advantage.
I'm gonna walk up to Ammond
Mm-hmm.
and grasp his hand. and
18, motherfucker.
say-
You grasp his hand.
Yes, and I'm gonna say, Almond, guess what? I got really, 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 really big for a little. And I was like taller than everybody.
You guys been like giving her any substances or anything? He kind of looks very inquisitively around at all of you guys.
I just
I'll
frightened.
tell you more inside as I'm showing you everything. Guys, were you wanting to head to the Cloak and Stagger, or did you
We'll
want
go
to
ahead.
stay here?
We'll go ahead.
No, I'm gonna motion to Hordal. I kind of need to be the one to open the fireplace.
It's still open.
It's
We
still
didn't fucking
open.
close
Yeah.
it.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I would like to rest if we could.
So let's go to the Cloak and Stagger.
Ammon sees
all right, I'll
Tud,
meet
who
you
just
guys
had
there.
a coherent sentence, and he looks confused.
What's wrong with you?
Oh my God, you can't just ask
Honestly,
them that.
nothing. I'm just happy to hear that things are going well for you. But I'll take you up on that offer. Good luck, the rest of you. If I find that there's anything I need from the rest of you, you're over at the Cloak and Stagger still?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you guys split the party. The rest of you starting to make your way. It's a bit of a, finding your footing. You're going through cobblestone, but as you progress from one district to another, you go back to more of the dirt roads in between buildings. And that is a bit of a slog to get through because it is pouring rain right now. You guys start making your way. Meanwhile, back at the manor, as Harudal and Ammon walk inside, you see the people kind of looking around. You see them kind of looking at the bodies. One of the other guys, you hear him go, "Oh shit, Captain! This body got littered all over the place. This thing is fucked up, man. Holy shit! There's shrapnel
Sorry,
all
that-
over here." He starts picking
that
pieces
was
of
me.
shrapnel and flesh, and he picks up what you didn't notice before: the ripped apart skull of the man that you blew apart from the torso. He picks up the skull by the hair, and you see the eyeball just dripping out of the left side, and it is a very gruesome scene. He's like, "Look, I'm gonna be real. This is not something I ain't ever seen ever before. This is top class work here. I honestly think we need more people from the arena to do work like this." He drops the head with literally no care for the individual who met their fate. And the other one, the big guy, is trying to kind of make his way into the chamber, but he's huge. He's really struggling to squeeze in to kind of look down. Captain, I don't really see much down here. It looks like it's very far, and I'm just not gonna climb down there. And he makes his way back, and he looks over at you, Hurdle, and he's like, "Oh, sorry." He pulls his face down, and you see this really, really like kind of puffy, big cheeks, this big guy. He's got a big old grin across his face, and he's just, "Oh, hi there. You look like a very nice person. You did good work." And he just kind of like smiles at you, and it's a very warm and pleasant smile. Like, he looks like the kind of person you should work for, like a place that deals with people with issues, because he's just a very pleasant person. Ammond, who's now looking at the situation, kind of picking up what you put down. Were these guys armed, or I do see a few hand crossbows? Kind of, what all happened here?
Well, so I mean, we were approaching the house. Pang may have made a bad call, just ran right into the house, and they were gonna kill him. He almost died, actually. So thank God that the rest of us were here, saved a whole bunch of mess. I mean, except for that gentleman right over there, and I gesture to the body that's just withered across the floor. Tell
me about this one. He points at the captain, and as you make eye contact, finally that kind of guilt you've been feeling ever since you did it, you make eye contact with the captain that you had used his blade to pull up through his stomach and up through his chest in one of the most brutal ways to kill someone. You just see the ripped open rib cage and organs just left open as his eyes are still open and wide, mouth open. It looks like he had been screaming as it happened. What about this? This does not look like a normal slash.
Well, Ammon, to be completely transparent with you. That one was the leader. We were trying to get information about the people that were here. The gentleman at Cloak and Stagger, like I said, is the one that sent us up here to find Marshall. And we were trying to get some information. Man was gravely wounded. Didn't figure he was going to last for very long after the interrogation, so I put him out of his misery. Granted, it definitely was not in the best way possible, but yeah, that's really it.
Look, I'm gonna be honest with you. These people that are right here aren't what I would call I would say the best folks. I know who this guy is. He's been eluding us for some time. Being honest with you, I'm glad that you ridded him of this world. But you can't just be doing your own stuff here. This ain't the place for freelance work. All right, I'm just gonna paint a very pretty picture. That's what we're here for. If you hear something and you need help with it, come talk to me. I'll make sure you're on your way. I do have a little bit of an update for you though. And you see him reach for his pouch, and he pulls out a little note. They have the body for Holman, and you see him kind of like thumb the paper a little bit. They're ready for you guys if you want to take it. We kind of dug around and we haven't figured out much about really what happened there. All accounts and purposes, I know none of you are that level. I immediately crossed you guys out of my own suspicion, and frankly, even the alumni looked at you guys like you were nothing, so there's no way that they would consider you as people who did something like that. But shit's crazy, and things are gonna really shake up across Glydian. We lost leaders for many villages. There's an outcry on the main place. There's a couple of villagers here across all now that are going to be all throughout a bit of panic as they're trying to figure out who's going to take over. But we have no indication of where he went. Have you seen the gentleman that did all this?
Fuck. Yeah. Like I said, I mean, we went down into the basement here through the fireplace. I gestured to him to show him exactly where we went down. Okay. As we ventured through there, we came to a room. Like I said, I believe there was some kind of necromantic power.
Do you mind?
Kind of
Actually,
stuff.
I'm gonna cut you off real quick. Let's head down there. So he really strongly motions for you to come and demonstrate. You walk all the way down.
Do you have a torch? Because it gets real dark down there. I don't know if you have
hear
the
him
dark
go,
vision.
Hey you! And the other guy just quickly, and he hands a really big industrial torch to Armand as you guys climb down. You go through all the rooms, you see the statue, and he kind of looks at all the skeletons and the various things that you guys did, and he looks at the hallway, and you guys finally make your way to the altar room. And there he sees the mess, the demon that's laid slain. Well, holy shit, that is a big motherfucker. And he goes over and kind of like pokes it with his blade, and its eyes, tongue still rolled out. I ain't never seen nothing like that. That is, oh wow. Fuck, is that a Death Stalker?
I have no idea. I was hoping maybe you had some more information. It came at Varian and Pang, and we dispatched it as efficiently as we could, and then decided it was time to go. There was a lot of spooky stuff down here that really just gave me the heebie-jeebies.
As that happens, you feel a rush of air past you as you see one of those same figures, one of the alumni, walk by. This time, without her mask on, you recognize her. It's the same one that you got into a spat with. I heard word that you saw him again. And she makes eye contact with you.
That would be correct, yes.
Well, I just released the body of your captain or whatever you call him. I need you to be as descriptive as possible because we can't have someone like this going between large places and causing a bit of a mix-up for the natural order of things. She pulls her hood down, and as you do, you see her hair neatly braided. Her skin still just very, very bright white. Very beautiful lady. Honestly, probably one of the most beautiful beings you've ever seen. And she wears a mask most of her life. She looks over at Ammon. Is he gonna tell me anything, or am I gonna have to extract it out of him?
Well, I mean, I was going to, but damn.
She shifts back to you. She's just very impatient.
Well, let me first off start by saying my apologies for our behavior in the arena the other night. I really meant no ill will. It was a very testing time for us. Still a testing time.
Roll persuasion, but with advantage because you are being very sincere.
Okay.
Surprisingly sincere for you.
Natural 20, baby.
As that happens, you see her figure kind of drop. Like she's finally kind of warming up to you a little bit. Her hands go from holding her own hands inside of her cloak, as you see her hands kind of emerge like they once did, but this time not in like an offensive way. And she just smiles a little bit, like she finally kind of got through her point and just leaving her alone to her business. And she really respects that.
My apologies, and I reach out to shake her hand.
She looks at your hand and looks back up to you, still smiling. Go on.
Okay. So anyway, this man, he's bald. I don't know how many bald people are around here, but
heard that a little bit before.
Help.
What did he do when he was here? You've kind of given me an idea of what he looks like. What all? If you could be very descriptive on what kind of and then she looks at the mannequin, and her face. You see her whole composure drop. She rushes over and picks up the mannequin, and you see her lift it up, and you see the ceramic or the porcelain face. She picks it off and she's like, "Oh God, no!"
Yeah, he summoned those.
I must. Her whole composure. Actually. She looks cold. She looks defeated.
Do you recognize this craft?
This can't be. God, no. She quickly, as a bit of magic, you see her bag that was on her this entire time. You see it, this shape form as like this beautifully ornate satchel. As she pops it open, and you see as she thumbs through a bunch of tomes in there, she pops one out, and it's this golden binded book. As she just pops it open, starts moving from page to page. This is Velcutta. Let's get this to the others. This is so much bigger. Oh God. Oh no. Did he when he you said he turned the heart into a white crystal? She's putting her finger, like she's very inquisitive, like she's actually like touching her face, like very nervously.
If memory serves correct, I believe so. I mean
God.
that night was very, very intense for my entire party.
He's trying to build Tirbon's scepter. Oh my God. Oh my.
What was that?
She collapses to the ground.
Okay.
And a white rift erupts in front of her. I thank you. Get far, very far, Do not come back. You must run. Ammon's composure shrinking. There's nothing for you here. There is nothing for you here. And she walks through the rift, and as she walks through, it shrinks. And Ammon, kind of feeling defeated and kind of terrified because he'd only ever seen her maintain a very strong and composed nature. Can you believe that woman? That's fucking nuts. She just put a portal down. What the fuck is that shit? Jesus Christ, I don't make enough for this shit anymore. This is fucking bizarre. You over here killing Death Stalkers? There's a fucking... What the shit is that? He points to the burn marks on the fucking ground over there. Oh, and that looks like Marshall. Well, looks like we didn't do our job. Well, I'm gonna wrap this one up here because if that motherfucker wants to come this way, I don't want to be here. I don't want to be anywhere. I'm fucking done with this shit. And you see Ammon as his composure. You see him kind of look at his badges, and he's just rethinking his life. He is just, all right. I'm gonna get a couple of folks out of here before anybody turns around. I'm gonna grab this body. Hey, Paul. And you see the other guy walk around the corner. You wanna carry this fucker up? What was the Death Stalker all about? These mannequins really seemed to scare the shit out of her. But what was that big old demon? Was that related or?
I mean, not to the mannequins. That actually showed up after we beat those mannequins. And we were kind of inspecting the room, trying to figure out who Marshall was, if he was here. We got that information. And
I'm surprised it took you a while. He's right there at the front of the door. He points to the body directly in front of the door.
We didn't know who we were looking for, and we were pretty preoccupied with taking down the mannequins and that weird guy, Valcutta, I think is what she said his name is.
I have no idea what Valcutta is. Every time you say that word,
that's the first time I've heard it too. So
every time you say, as you said that word, by the way, you hear like whispers in the back of your brain. You just hear. It gives you chills. The hair on the back of your neck stands up. And he felt it too, because he said Valcutta, and he's like, what the fuck, dude? That is... Look, man, I know myself a blade. I know myself a shield. I'm a simple man with a simple taste for self-defense, but that fucking shit is too much. And, as he's kind of getting himself, he kind of thumbs around the room and... All right, let's get him out of here. Paul, the other guard, the regular-sized guard, not the big guy who was upstairs and couldn't fit his way down, slams the body of Marshall over. Did you, by chance, see anything about his wife? Marilyn was somewhere down here.
I mean, there's a lady right over there. I don't know what her name is, though.
He walks over to the altar and he sees the shreds of her once yellow dress. That's the dress she used to wear. That's unfortunate. Man, only we knew. These guys look like... He looks like he's fresh. Was her body in similar condition, or...
Is it not now? Because I thought she was...
Her body morphed into the Death Stalker, is what you heard.
That's what it was. Yeah. I mean, before the demon showed up, yeah, she looked pretty fresh too, but after that... I don't know what happened. I don't know any of this magic stuff. I feel
like this is severely under both of our pay grades, and I feel like we should probably get out of here before... If that guy shows up, I don't think we're standing much of a chance. Anyways, let's get out of here. And he starts walking his way out, kind of in front of you. You just follow with him?
Yep, just follow with him.
You guys make your way back up, and as you get upstairs, you see the big guy, his big sack being unfolded. He's currently pouring tea. He's got 3 cups, and he takes a sip, and he just... That's really nice. How are you doing? And he sees the body from Phil as he comes up, and he's struggling up the ladder. He sees this regular-sized dude, and he goes over, and with one hand, he grabs the body and picks it up, puts it on top of him, and he just smiles, and he's like, don't worry, I got that, buddy. And Phil's like, oh, whatever, you big fucking weirdo. He starts walking away. And you see, even though he just got called a name, he's just jovial as can be. Ammon's face, as he's getting up here, he's running his hand over his head, thumbing his scars, and All right, we need to head back. We're gonna go mind our business. I can give you a ride though if you want to get caught up with your friends.
I'd appreciate that.
Kind of same direction. You guys walk outside. You see the horses just kind of cold, like they'd been left down there for like a good 10-15 minutes. And they get up there, and you see the big guy come over, and he pulls a carrot out from his bag, and he kind of gets all that, and they're feeding the horses, and you hear as they're eating the carrot. And they as soon as you get on, you feel the weight shift a little bit, but when he gets on the back of that carriage, you hear, and he gets on. He's sitting across from you, and he has his extra cup of tea, and he's drinking it, and then he notices that he had the extra one. He looks over at you and smiles and reaches out towards you with the tea.
I'll take it.
You take it. It's this fairly nice iron mug that he keeps around with him. You take a drink.
Yeah.
It's got a very minty flavor. It feels very strong. It clears your sinuses a little bit, especially if you went back in that dark area. You take a big gulp, and it's delicious. Like, this guy just knows what he's doing. And he's like, I used to watch you when you would be in the arena whenever I'd be on duty, and you guys did some cool things. That Naki girl, though, she's something.
Well, I mean, if you want to meet her, we're going to where we're staying.
Oh, I
could just
way
run
above
in and
my-
get her and tell her to come outside. She's got a fan outside. I mean, I know she loves to meet him.
Oh, it's perfectly fine. I appreciate it, but I ain't one to be around the lady like. You see him kind of like you see him. He's a little embarrassed, like.
I mean, if you
drinks
change
his
your
tea.
mind while we're on the way there, you just let me know.
Oh,
It's
don't
not a
worry
problem,
about
I
it.
assure you.
He puts his hood back up over his face. He's really cold. You hear the whoosh as the carriage starts to move, and you guys make your way back, and you guys actually see the rest of you had been walking because it's a good 25-minute walk to get back there. As you're about to, probably about 5 minutes ish away, you see a carriage come by, and it slows down as it gets close. And Ammon, with his hood on, peeks over and he's like, "You guys are still walking. You want to get in the back? I can get you over there real quick."
Before this happened, just a real quick question: do we need that piece of paper to go get Holman's body?
You would assume so.
Did he give it to me, or does he still?
He
have
still
it?
has it. I think he forgot about it once he got preoccupied.
Okay. I'll just
He's in the
ask him for
front.
one.
He's in the front of the
Yeah.
carriage right now. So
Yeah.
a little wagon, I should say. You guys are in a wagon. It's not covered. It's just a place where people can sit back there as they kind of carry people back and forth.
Like Skyrim.
Kind of. Yeah, very simple wagon.
Huh, you're finally awake.
Yes.
And then the wagon just starts spazzing out and flies into space.
See you guys.
Next
player
time,
character
making
is death.
I like the idea. I like the idea of Harudal's death is Skyrim carriage death. How'd you die? I got Skyrim wagon. He rolled a nat 1 on wagon, and wagon went
I got
Skyrim.
yeeted into outer space by a fucking wagon.
And the worst
back
part is the
underneath
moment
the-
it happened, all dragons in the universe turned into Thomas the Train Engine, and then all of a sudden I had Tommy Wiseau as a dog walking next to me. It was wild.
I get excited about riding in it, and I say, I'm like, "Oh yeah, I want to ride in it. Can I sit next to Dolly?"
Naki, you may. I'm gonna say you come sit in between me and this big
He's
fella
across
here.
from you.
Well, go sit next to this big fella. He really enjoys your work. I'm sure he'd love to meet you.
You
know
you
about
see
me?
you see as you walk up, you see this bigger man, like about 7 feet tall, a little overweight, but he's got like these really rosy cheeks. His hood's up from trying to hide from the rain. As you guys are all climbing in, you see him and he's blushing. He's embarrassed. He does not want to be in this scenario, and he just smiles and looks your way, doing the best he can to not to make conversation because he just doesn't know how to do this.
Hi, how are you? You know me?
Yeah, I do.
Cool.
I am
You care if
staring
I put-
daggers at this guy. Because he's getting me pedo vibes.
Oh.
Wow.
Yikes.
You see this once jovial man start to lose his grin as he looks at Eleanor, and now he's feeling more uncomfortable than he ever has his entire life. Pang, you are naturally uncomfortable in rain, so I'd say right now, any sort of ability check, anything, you're at disadvantage. Everything, you are hating this, but you are so eager to get in the wagon to get out of here.
Yeah.
What's your name?
Yeah, what's
to the
your
guy.
name?
My name. He's so nervous.
It's okay. Tell me your name.
Knowing Naki, she's like uncomfortably close asking this question. Eleanor is
right
still
in his
staring daggers. Actually, he smacks Ammon on the back. I'm gonna go patrol. I need to go.
Wait,
and he jumps off, and you feel the weight of the whole wagon shift, and he gets off, and you see him. You see him very quickly shift his little thing back over his mouth, and he waves and he walks away.
I feel better now.
Okay, whatever. I just plop down where he was sitting, and then I start singing song.
I'm gonna curl up right wherever it's warmest, whether it's
because it's
between
raining.
Yeah.
You are trying to get underneath the little platform of a seat that there is.
Yeah.
So right now, Pang is like kind of obscured, laying on the ground of the wagon, trying to hide underneath the seat that you guys are sitting on. And the rest of you kind of all make your way on top, beaten and battered. You guys make your way back to the Cloak and Stagger. You get there at about 2 p.m. And as you arrive, the normal clientele's bustling as you kind of get to the door. Hammond, as you guys are getting off, he's like, "Oh shit, I almost forgot." And he kind of ruffles with his pocket and he thumbs out that paper and he's kind of holding his hand over it so it doesn't get drenched. And he kind of motions towards just the general area of all of you guys.
I'll reach out and take it.
Okay.
Oh.
Harudal just quickly grabs it. He snags the paper. You need to take this over to, oh shit, what's it called? You need to take this over to the Dominion.
The Dominion?
The Dominion is in the Southern District. You just got to go through that gate down there. It's probably about a, 30-minute walk. You're going to see a lot of official buildings down there, but you go down there, go to the Dominion. You ask for, oh God. You ask for Amron. Amron? Amron. I think it's Amron.
So almond?
Amron?
You asked for somebody who
almond is Ammon.
Ask for somebody who begins with an A.
confused.
There's probably only one of them. But
Okay,
anyways, I can't remember his name. The people who work there are fucking weird. But anyways, you go and you ask for somebody. I think his name is Amron. Anyways, you ask for him. Say you're there to pick up the body of Holman. And yeah, if you need anything from me, I'll be kind of roaming around. But you can always find me over by the Arena of Aros, especially for this foreseeable future. They're gonna have us all the way over there. But things should be open up here soon, so I'd probably say maybe tomorrow you guys can leave if you want to take the advice of the whoever the fuck she was.
Well, real quick, I'm gonna slam down the rest of that tea because I still have that cup in my hand.
Delicious.
Yeah, and I'm gonna hand that over to Ammon and just, can you get this back to the big fella? What was his name?
Oh, Damien, he's a pleasure to work with. You know, you very rarely come across people like Damien.
Yeah, can you get that back to him? He scrambled off so quick. I didn't even have a chance to finish the tea. He didn't seem to care about
He
his
leans
mug.
into you. He doesn't really do well with the ladies.
I noticed that he said he didn't, and that's very apparent now.
He's a bit of a struggler. He's a very good guy though. Very few like him that are I would say true in the heart. But anyways, it's fucking cold out here. Good luck. And he quickly darts himself back up, and you're whoosh as the wagon starts to kind of make its way. You guys are stood probably about 10 feet from the door of the Cloak and Stagger. And assuming you guys...
I elbow Eleanor real quick as we're like turning around and just go, "Did you hear that? A very good guy. I saw you staring daggers at him, and he's a good guy. Ammon said so."
He gave me weird vibes, okay?
Well, he gave you weird vibes, but he's a good guy. He's just awkward around the
You
ladies.
didn't stab him, okay?
Well, you pretty much stabbed him with your eyes. I'm just saying, he is a good guy. He gave me tea. Okay? I don't see you giving me tea right now, Eleanor. Do you have tea?
Excuse.
You have tea.
Did we not grow up together?
As this conversation's going, you guys see a figure in white cloaks walking up, hood up, and Eleanor, you spot him immediately. It's your father. As he's walking up, he comes up to you. He's got this, you see this high elf, rigid cheek line, large head, hair tied back, very ornate white robes. Would you mind if I buy you a drink and we can talk for a moment?
Lynn just looks like she wants to roll for her initiative.
I actually do. But instead, I just roll my eyes and say, "I have nothing to say to you."
Oh.
Did I hear him ask if he
He's
could buy
right in
her a
front of
drink?
you.
I mean, you can buy me a drink. We can go right in here, get a drink. I mean, Eleanor will be there. This is where we're staying.
He looks over to you and then confusingly just is like, "Look, I understand that I have not been the best of father figures, but I've done my best to support you in your adventures, and I want another chance."
You have done nothing for me.
Then appease me. Take a moment of your time. Just sit with me for a moment. We can have a drink. And if it doesn't go your way, you're welcome to leave. You will lose nothing from this.
You have 5 minutes to tell me what you want.
We need some privacy, though. He just looks to the rest of you guys.
Whatever you want to tell me, you can tell me in front of my family.
Please.
So you gonna buy me a drink, or?
He looks at you and he takes you up on that offer. "If I can have a moment of privacy, I would be no problem." He thumbs a platinum piece in your direction.
Deal.
Oh!
Wait, I want in on this drink.
Wow!
Todd will split the shiny, okay? Deal?
Get shit from
and
my rich daddy!
See you, Eleanor. You have fun with your dad. I'm going inside.
I stare daggers at you, motherfucker.
Love you. And I give Eleanor like a quick little side hug, and I'm like, "See ya."
All of you guys join up with Rudol with the platinum piece that just gave you a bunch of drinks.
We heard.
I'm dashing past and getting as close to the fireplace as I can.
Naki.
So we heard him say. We heard Ammon say that we were getting Coleman's body back, right?
He didn't say that to you guys.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. So he only said it to you.
Mhm.
Okay.
But I will tell you guys.
Okay.
I got you.
Okay. I just wanted to know. Okay. Yeah, I am skipping around behind that.
Naki, you notice, actually, while this whole thing was going on, Naki, you see on the inside, you see a couple of the people recognize you, and they're like, "Oh my god, Naki, come here, come here." And you see this group of people who are just excited to see you. You see Naki, as this is all going down, there's a serious conversation. Hrudol's bartering for a platinum piece, and Naki just darts inside with Pang. Pang running as far inside as he can to get as close to warmth as possible, not giving a shit about the rest of what's going on. Naki then continues to this group of people who are talking to her and just being all friendly about it. In fact, as you're going through this, Naki, they give you probably about 20 gold just for all of the songs and stuff you've played, and are really encouraging you to play tonight for them at around 6 p.m. They're going to have a little get-together, and they're hoping that you'll come back and play. We'll get more into that little role play in a second. I don't want to do a bunch of voices right this exact second, but as that happens, the rest of you, Varian, Tud, and Hrudol, getting a platinum piece and perceivably a bunch of free expensive drinks, you guys make your way inside.
least in a
Leopold
fucking room.
having control for this long, I need you to roll a flat check to see if Leopold maintains control.
Also, as I ran in there, I said, "Have fun with your dad, Ellie."
That's a 6.
So that's actually, it's reversed. Tud is trying to take it back. So Tud failed. Leopold is now gaining more control.
He says yes.
Whoa.
I don't want to lose those potions.
The funny part is the piece of this, you feel as you decline the spotlight control from Tud, you feel the presence of Tud diminish. But Leopold feels stronger. You start to acknowledge that you want to change your clothes. You feel like you want to, feel more at home in your body and less like a dirty brute of a man. Anyways, you guys carry to the bar. Eleanor, he goes, "And now if you would follow me this way." And assuming you walk with him, he goes to the very back. You haven't really been this far back into the Cloak and Stagger. But as you get back here, there's actually another room. There's a couple of bouncers. There's these guys in like black tunics. One of them's fairly large, has got kind of some like a little bit of like some hidden blades in his jacket, crossing his arms. He sees you guys come by. He sees your father, and he nods. Yeah, you walk past, and you go into this other room, and this room is even more ornate. Well-crafted walls, a few secluded tables with leather booths, and just really well-crafted. He motions for you to take a seat at what you would presume his booth that he's paid for would be.
I reluctantly take a seat.
You take a seat, and then he sits across from you, and you see him move his hand up as you see a figure kind of walk through, and you see Thom as he walks in. He's like, "Now, what is it?" Oh, God, I gotta remember his voice. Now, what do I owe the pleasure? And he goes, could you just get us a few drinks, the best that you have? I just want the highest quality. I'm finally having a conversation with my daughter." And Thom, like, eyebrows raised, kind of connecting the dots, and just nods and walks away. And you see him make his way back out the doors that separate this area from there. In here, you see a couple of musicians, like fine musicians, playing just very fancy, low music. And you see a couple of other people in very high quality wear. But you can barely hear what they're saying, if at all. You're more focused on your conversation. I fucked up.
No shit.
I didn't know if I was ready. And you see him start to cry. You see his tears kind of running down his face.
I don't care.
I know you don't want anything to do with me. But recently you see him stomach some emotion as he's crumbling in before you. Let's just say I won't be here for long. Your mother hasn't been here for about 50 years, and I don't really have anyone to leave what I've done to, and you're all that I have, and I had no way. I've tried about 70 years ago. I tried to get you out of there, and he kind of catches his head in his hands as he's trying to compute what he's going through. Callie? Page wants downstairs. I've tried. They wouldn't let me buy you out. They wouldn't let me make up for what I've done. And I know that your real father was down in that arena. But if it's the last thing I do on this fucking planet. And you see him reach over to his side, and you hear the jingling of a giant bag, and he just a bag of probably about 15, 20 pounds of coin, and he pushes it your way. And he grabs a little book and he kind of thumbs through it really quick and goes, "This is everything I have left. I have enough to live the rest of my days. I hope maybe one day we can just have a regular conversation." I tried to be there. I attended as many as I could. And you said just a brief pause. And you kind of look at him, and now that you're really picking it apart, his very clean face, looking very aged. His eyebrows are gray, his hair's gray, tied up. And his facial feature, high elves have very strong features, so when anything is really going on with them, they're almost more excessive. You see the wrinkles under his eyes, you're really starting to pick them apart in the better lighting. You see in his eyes, they're very red and like a yellowish tone. He looks very sick. And you see, and as he opens his mouth, you see that his tongue is a darker color than what you would seem natural. And you're now noticing, as you're seeing the shape of his form, and you've seen him before when he's been up there watching you. He looked like he was, fairly built. He could keep himself in good health. But he looks like almost a skeleton of a man. And I don't want you to be overwhelmed by this, because I totally get it. I will never atone for the sins I did by giving you up the day I did. I want to die knowing that I tried. And I hope that if not once before it finally takes me, that I feel like it wasn't all for nothing. Thalm comes back, and knowing your father, he doesn't really talk. He just kind of sets the drinks down, and you see these very ornate glasses of wine, and you see as he pours the glass, and you see this bluish liquid in there, and this bottle is still covered in dust. It's probably aged for some time. And you see, as he corks the bottle, motions, your father motions for 2 platinum pieces on the side. Grabs those. So whatever he just gave you, he just paid a lot of money for.
Yeah.
He then walks away. I'm not really wishing to give you all of everything I have. This is the funds I'm setting up for a bit of just an account that if you ever need. He then quickly grabs, you see him open the bag, and you see him kind of thumb around through coins and various objects he's collected in there. He pulls out a little tiny bag. "Here's a token of my gratitude for just appeasing me and being here. I know you could care whether or not I died yesterday, today, tomorrow. But I hope that this can help you on your way." He hands you a bag, and you quickly just take a glance. You're trying to maintain your composure over this man. And you look inside, and there's a fat stack of platinum. Almost like this man only deals with platinum. He then grabs the bag back and kind of puts it back to himself, and I wanted you to have this. It was your mother's, and I don't deserve it. You see as he grabs something around his neck, and it was kind of hidden underneath his cloak. He pulls this out, and it's this platinum ornate necklace, and he tries to reach for your hand to put it in.
Given, did I DM question?
Mm-hmm.
Did I even know my mother?
No, he gave you up super early.
Yeah.
You always have hated him because he made his presence known, He talked to you once when you were like 7, 8-ish, in that vein. You were very young, and
Like 120 years ago. Jesus.
yeah, he's tried. I mean, he's been there for your fights. Supposedly, you don't know if he's necessarily speaking the truth, but supposedly he did try to buy you out. He's been there for, I mean, as far as you know, he's been there for every fight except for your Harkin. So
Right.
he's done his best in his power to be to every fight you've ever been through for 120 years ish.
Well,
And
yeah, I'll take the necklace from him. And
so he's trying to hold your hand as he gives it to you.
Look at him with disgust and ask him how long he has left.
You look at him with disgust as he's giving you your mom's necklace, and
I didn't know my mother.
I have met what my mortal shell can endure. A few months, maybe a year. If it's that long, it's gonna be real insufferable. My real goal is to probably get everything set up for you and call it there. If you want to see me again, I'll be in Ildon about a week from now, before I set sail to the back to the coast of Glydian. Got one more business affair to wrap up. Thankfully, I won't have to really get on a boat, but he's just really contemplating. Like, he rarely thinks about what's really going on with himself. He's really just sitting and thinking about it now. Did you just take the necklace from him? You didn't allow him to, like, hold your hands? Or was he holding your hands during that? Okay, so you just grabbed the necklace, and his hands just sat defeated on the counter. He looks really defeated right now. He looks...
He like, I let him hold it for a little bit, but like only a little bit, and then it started getting really uncomfortable. And then I took my hand back.
Okay. He quickly grabs his glass of this wine, and you see him just puts it back down. You look at him, and his eyes, now fully yellow. Processing the lack of reception he got, you notice the corner of his throat. You see the veins kind of pulse, and he grabs the counter strongly and slumps to the ground. And a couple of the figures kind of rush up, and one of them, kind of tending to his bag, immediately opens up a very well-ornate bottle and pours it in his mouth, and you see him just... and he drinks the liquid, and you see the pulsing of the veins kind of go away, and they kind of help him back up, and like, Mr. Winrell, I'm so sorry. We were there. We were there with you. What you needed. We need to be moving. And helps him up, and his eyes, it's now bright yellow, starting to subside. You see just these painful tears. In fact, as you look at him, they're pinkish, almost like they're detailed with blood, as they kind of roll down his face. And he looks at you, and he's just, I love you, Eleanor. You're the only thing I have on this. But I wish you the best. And they help him to walk out the door, and they make their way. You just have that glass of...
Yep, I'm gonna chug the glass. Find the rest of the party.
It is delicious. You've never had anything like it. It is like, as you drink it, it's like tasting like 20 flavors of highly delicious wines. You've got blueberries, like it tastes like if fruit were put into a glass and their alcohol was there, but not the main reason you're drinking. It is every bit of deliciousness you've ever endured in your life. It is single-handedly the best thing you've ever drank, and ever since you've grasped for your first bit of air. And as you kind of look at the bag, you actually have about 150 platinum pieces.
Jesus.
And you look at the necklace, and inside it says, as you open it's a little pendant. So as you open it, you see Eleanor, or not Eleanor, you see Ellen Winrill, spelled the same way, just without the or, on the inside of the necklace, and kind of like engraved in the inside. And on the other side, it says from Julian Winrill. And it says a date, but it's really abstract, and you don't really care. But it's like over 100 and something years ago.
Cool.
Meanwhile, the rest of you, as you were getting to the counter, you saw Thom walk past you guys, following Eleanor and her father. You guys get up to there, holding your platinum piece, eager to be. You see Naki over on the side, currently playing as a bunch of people are doing this. They're waving their arms, dancing. You see some people grinding pretty hard, almost too hard for a public space. And it's still fairly early in the evening, so it's not really in that club atmosphere that this place can really get to in the evening, where it's just popping with everybody and everything going on. But Thom had stepped away, and you're kind of getting your spots. So thankfully it's early enough so you can get like the front of the counter. You can just kind of sit down, and for just a brief moment, it's just Harudal, Tud, and Varian alone.
Hey, Thom, we went to that.
Thom
that
is
place.
gone. Thom is.
Oh shit.
Thom followed Eleanor into the other room, so right now the bar is untended to.
I've been like trying to wave him down every time he comes out and comes back in. But
He actually, when he
damn it,
comes
Thom.
back out from that little room, he goes through another door on the other side and kind of goes into the back, and then comes out of that and goes immediately back. It's far down. It's probably like a good, I don't know, almost 100 feet back. Like, this place is a fairly large
It's a
inn and
big bar.
tavern. Yeah, like, and there's a bigger room behind that where Eleanor went into.
Guys, I don't know if we're ever gonna get our drinks. Thom has not been present here once.
Dude, you'd think they would get some decent service in a place like this.
As you guys are saying that, the door opens and you see your dwarvish fellow as he kind of pops open. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How's it going, my people? How are you guys doing? I've been busy back here, and I just gotta get you tended to. I see that right there, and he points at your platinum piece.
Yeah. So some elven guy said he is paying for our drinks. We don't still have rooms here, do we?
Oh, no, you guys have drinks. You guys are perfectly fine room board here. You guys
Okay.
trying to figure out his fucking accent. It was like a semi-Australian accent. I've done so many accents tonight, guys.
You're good, dude. No worries.
You see as he looks at the platinum piece, he takes it. Now, what kind of poison can I get for you guys tonight?
Ale? I don't know what these two
We got
want.
the pale burial. We got quite a few different
good.
things here.
Yeah. We'll just do I'll do the pale berry. I don't know what these two want though.
Same.
Whatever they're having.
And another one. All right, easy enough. Just 3 of those then.
This piece right here is gonna buy you quite a bit of ale for like the next month. Like this is.
Hey, Naki. What do
Naki,
you want to drink?
I don't know.
as she's saying that, the guy next to her looks at his drink and looks at her and looks at his drink and motions to hand it to her.
Okay.
She takes the drink, seemingly forgetting about the conversation you two are having now that she has a drink.
Okay, well, fucking never mind, I guess.
Pang, you are now feeling warmer, but you still don't want to leave the clutches of the fire. And right now you're sat right
I've got
across
the
from a very old gentleman who seems to be knitting. And he's just looking at you and he's like, I ain't seen a tabaxi in quite some time. I heard a long time ago that the tabaxi were very good at doing all sorts of things, like baking like nice pies and climbing walls and all sorts of crazy things. Have you done some cool things? You look like you're kind of angry all the time. It'd be crazy if you were able to, I don't know, maybe leap up across the buildings. Cats are crazy. Are you like a cat? Cats can jump up all sorts of things. He's just sitting here rattling off, Pang being uncomfortable, but not too uncomfortable, wanting to be dry, is just currently staring at this guy and just, I love everything about Tabaxi. I read this book once, and it was 150 things about Tabaxi, and it started out, number one, Tabaxi are always keen at finding new people, new interesting things to talk about. Maybe I'm that interesting thing to talk about. And as this is all going, Thom is pouring your drinks. He's very busy. He's currently trying to tend to the back room. There's clearly something important going on down back there. He pours your drinks. And he's like, "No, I'll be back. I'll tend to your drinks and I'll be back. Don't worry about it." And he kind of shifts back.
Just leave us something so we can keep refilling it since we're paying.
He points at you and he's like, "Now that's a brilliant idea." And he you see him get this giant pitcher, and he's like, "Don't worry about it."
Real quick, do you have milk? I think the cat guy over there in the corner, Pang, he might
looks
like
over
milk.
and he sees who Pang is stuck next to, and he goes, "He's gonna need more than milk for that one." And as this guy is sitting here and he's knitting faster and faster as he's talking, fact number 5 about Tabaxi is that sometimes if you pet them in the right spot, they actually release their gases. If you pet them right around here, and Pang, now kind of intrigued because he's just stuck with him, he kind of thumbs where he's talking about petting, and it's a specific line you draw down the back of you. As you do that, you fart. And it just... It's pretty crazy, right? It's funny how the body just works in mysterious ways, especially the Tabaxi. Tabaxi fact number 7 is whenever a Tabaxi drinks milk.
Just skip over 6?
I don't want to talk about number 6. Anyways, number 7 has lots of details. He starts going into it, and he's knitting super fast right now. And as this is all going on, you guys are waiting for your drinks.
I need something.
It's coming up, Pang. Alm's busy. We'll get it in a minute. Docky, you got that paper from Marshall?
Naki busy right now. There's people drinking over there. This guy, as actually Naki, as you're sitting there, this one guy's like, "Naki, dude, have you ever done this?" And he pulls out this bottle out of what seems to be like a leather bag, and he's like, "Bro, you haven't lived until you've tried this." And you hear him uncork it.
I'm sitting on the table that they're talking to me on, so I'm sitting on the table.
Yeah, he pulls this out like next to you. He pours it in this little glass. He's like, "Dude, this will take you to step 11," and he hands it to you. And these guys are just all like being super nice. A couple of girls there, and he hands it to you.
Ooh, what's this?
Don't worry about it. Just drink it. He takes a shot of it too, and you see him just down it, and you see his eyes just like kind of wide, and he's like, "Whoa."
Sorry, Dolly, what was that? I have a cool drink. I'll talk to you later.
Can I walk over there?
Yep. As you're doing that, Naki, do you take the drink?
Yeah, I attempt to.
Roll a Constitution save with disadvantage.
Okay.
Getting drugged. Naki's getting drugged.
How do I roll it with this? Does that work? Yeah. 10.
As you down that, your senses kind of falter to as this happens, Naki drinks this and her eyes go from like a relaxed, feeling complimented, confident, to like wide open, and your field of view is like double, dude. Like everything is like, and you feel this like, you feel like you are running at Mach 5 in every situation. As you make
Just
eye
looking-
contact with people, you are so fucking high. You are looking at people and you're. And Haruto walks up to you.
Hey, Naki, what the fuck is up with your eyes?
Naki is
Goddamn.
looking at you, and what she hears is, and she looks at you, and your nose is bulbous, weird. Your face is being stretched and distorted, and you're just like, you look like that one painting of the girl going like this, and it's just and just kind of waving back and forth. Everything looks like it's a color board, you know. It's just kind of washing over. Naki was looking at you and just is like, oh fuck.
I don't know what's happening.
What in the hell did you guys give her?
You see the guy sitting next to her, and he's like, bro, you haven't lived till you've tried this. And he pours another one and motions towards you.
I push it right away from me. I don't want any of that.
You're missing out, dude. He takes another one, and his
That's great. I'll miss
eyes,
out.
as he kind of goes, and he reels back into his chair, and he kind of folds his arms, and he's like, bro, dude, you're a dragon, dude.
Okay. Naki, come here, and can I like attempt to scoop Naki up and just take her
She
over to
has
the bar
nothing
with
to
us?
resist. She's just busy looking at what seems to be a painting in front of her and wondering where the music's coming from and why this figure is standing next to her going. The only person who's even remotely on her level is the guy next to her, and when she looks at him, he looks kind of normal because there's something between like the way this drug or whatever she just took links to them, and she just sees him, and they both nod in acknowledgement, like, I see it too. And you kind of pick up Naki and you walk over.
I sit her down in the chair that I was sitting in.
Mm-hmm.
And then do I know what she did with the marshal's like paper?
Backpack.
But do I know that?
Where did you put it in your
was
backpack,
running-
Naki?
I was running
What?
off after the thing.
The
I
paper
think.
that you got?
Marshall's journal.
The Marshall's journal?
What did I do with it?
Yep.
I put it in my bag because I wanted to hold it for Ping.
Me.
As you're
But it was for Ping, but I didn't know you had it.
as you're looking around, you notice that her bag was left at the table.
I turn around and walk right back over there.
As you get back, the guy's still sitting there, and he's like, "The dragon's back.
Yeah. The fucking dragons. Okay, and I
The
grab
dragon's
the bag
breath
and,
is bad."
Yes,
He gets really
And I-
terrified when you go, ah! Ah!
And I just grab the bag and turn right around and walk back over to the bar. And as I'm turning back around, I lean in real close to him and just go, continue on.
He falls out of his chair, and
Oh my god.
and you hear his friend go, "Bro, dude, you totally are fucking up my high, bro." And he's on the ground. He's like, "The dragon is after me, dude. The dragon is after me, dude. I'm too high for this shit, dude. I'm too high for this shit. I didn't take off my shirt." And he takes off his shirt, and you see the bouncer who's over where Eleanor went. You see him just kind of looking at the situation. You see him walk up, and he picks up this guy, and he's like, "You need to go." You see him walk to the door and throw him out. He's like, "There's dragons in there, man!" And as he's like running into the distance, out in the rain, and as you just hear him like pedaling off, and his friends go, "Dude, that's crazy, bro! You just threw him out, dude!" And he's like, "I don't want to talk about this. I'm not gonna throw you guys out." And they kind of contend to their business. You guys are now turning your attention back to that. And you're kind of feeling kind of confident after freaking that dude out. But Naki, hearing you going, you see her, she's kind of terrified. You think he's a dragon too, and you think the dragon's getting closer, and it's scary.
I don't know. There's a dragon everywhere. I don't know what's happening to me.
Naki, there's not a dragon. That guy's just on drugs.
Get away from me.
Naki, I'm not.
You see Thom come back up to the bar, and he sees Naki, and you see him kind of motion behind. And you see him pull out this like this liquid, and you see him look at it, look at Naki, you look at it, and then he just sprinkles it on her face, and you go from being high to completely fine. You go back to normal, and you just have like a bunch of liquid on your face, and
Oh, my face is wet. What's up, Dolly? How did I get over here so fast?
don't take
some-
Doom Shine. Do not, any of you guys, do not take Doom Shine. Do not ever take Doom Shine. Doom Shine will fuck you up for 12 hours. Doom Shine is not. That's dangerous. You guys haven't seen Doom Shine? Don't do Doom Shine.
What's that?
That's
You
what
are
you just-
adorable, and I hope that you have some people to make sure that you stay that way. But you guys make sure she doesn't tan to that Doom Shine.
Yeah, will do. Did you by chance get that milk?
Oh shit! He turns around, and meanwhile, back over at Pang. Now, for fact number 133.
Oh my god.
Tabaxi, sometimes if you put their tail and you mix it up and kind of make it a springboard, sometimes if you do it that way, you can use it as springboard. And at this point, Pang is so bored and tired of what he's dealing with, he's actually trying it. And he kind of puts his tail almost into a spring, and he falls and he just kind of slumps down onto the ground. And he's like, I was just buying time. I made this for you. And he holds up a pink sweater. and it's this adorable pink sweater. And he's like, you were always my favorite at the arena. Here you go. And
I genuinely am happy.
Pang loves it so much and immediately puts it on. And you feel super warm. In fact, it actually naturally gives you warmth. You feel warmer inside of it. It feels comfortable. What Pang doesn't acknowledge is societal standards for clothing, because he's used to wearing basically what equivalates to fabric, just patterned around his body. It's like a crop top sweater. It goes to about his like lower ribs. So he's got this little sweater, full sleeves, but it's just like it's just up to just under his ribs. His whole belly is visible, and
I'm still fine with this. I do like it. Thank you. You had me going there for a little bit.
and then he's like, anyways, I have volume 2. And he opens another book and he starts going through the pages.
I'm like, can I get a drink for both of us?
As that comes over, he walks, Thom walks over and he hands you the milk, and he also puts a shot to the side and he's like, you might need it. But given that he just gave you a sweater, you almost feel obligated to sit and listen to him.
Yeah. I wanted to order a drink for him too.
Oh, he has a drink. You look to his side, and he's got this big old pitcher of ale he's been working on slowly, but he talks at like 180 words per minute, so
Kind of hard to get drinks in between then. Okay, well, I'm gonna take the shot first and not drink the milk yet.
So you take the shot, and you're not really fucked up, but it definitely makes it easier to listen to this guy. Thom then gets back to the bar, and he's like, so did you guys make it down to the, every voice is starting to sound the same and I feel bad. Did you guys make it down to the old Lawn Bond Manor?
Yeah, we did. Naki, here's your bag. You left it over at that table. Do you know where the book is Eleanor gave you?
The one that I was gonna hold, but I was too big.
Yeah. Wait, what? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I had run off already.
I don't know. I have this book that Eleanor gave me though, and I pull it out and I hand it to you. Oh, I read it. I read some of it. Did I read what was in it?
It was just general notes of his life. It was like him talking about their attempts to have a child and not having any luck, and
I read a little bit of it, and it was really sad, and I didn't want to be sad, so I stopped reading it because it was just depressing about this guy and his life, and sounds boring, so I just put it back in my bag. But here you go.
He handed over to Thom.
What? Oh, that is not good. I'm assuming you guys found him.
Yeah, he has moved on from this life, and I'm very sorry to say that, but we did recover this just to bring back to you. So hopefully this helps.
He kind of thumbs through it, and you see him actually kind of like tear up, like it was his friend. And as this happens, you guys see the figure that was hanging out with Eleanor walking out with a couple of people next to him. And as you guys kind of quickly, I'd say actually Leopold, as you're taking your drink and kind of listening to what's going on, but right now you're more focused on kind of gathering your life up. You're confused as to why you're in such drab wear. You don't feel comfortable in it. But as you kind of look over, you see the guy that had taken Eleanor back there coming out, and he looks very sickly. As he's coming by, you see a red tear down his face. And as he makes his way out, you hear another wagon kind of come up and seemingly pick him up and go on. And now that I've kind of remembered some of this character's voice, so if I butcher it, I'm sorry. I'm doing too many voices tonight, but
You boo, they're doing good.
You're doing great, man.
Yeah, great.
I can't do it. I'm just gonna stick to it.
Do it.
You guys have done me quite the service here. I feel as though everything is kind of been brought back home. I really wished it hadn't been this way, but I really thank you for your service.
You see him kind of shuffle behind the counter. He looks at you. He takes the platinum piece that you'd given him earlier, and he kind of puts it back.
How about 190 gold?
As he kind of thumbs it up.
I feel as though you all have done some real good work.
And slides the gold your way. He's really trying to regain his contain his composure.
You all have shown me so much kindness since you guys have come here.
Well, I mean, we're just happy to help. I'm sorry about your friend, and I take 10 gold out of that 190 sum and slide it back to him, and tell him this is for the rooms and the drinks. I insist we pay for it, but I really appreciate your gesture there.
So you gave him back 190 of it back?
No, 10 of it back.
Oh, you gave him 10
out
of
of the 190. Yeah.
Plus the platinum?
Yeah, he slid the
the platinum back and 190 because that's roughly the math. So he just kind of slid the coins over.
You all have you just continually surprise me, and I honestly can't believe you guys are both heroes in the arena and heroes outside of it. And here's one to you.
And you see him quickly as he's trying to pep up his spirits. He's a bartender. He probably hears tons of sob stories, and he's good at really kind of keeping himself together.
This one's on the heroes of
Holman.
He's a cool guy.
And anyways, he starts filling drinks, and everybody in the bar gets a free round of drinks on you guys. So the whole place is pumping. As you hear this, as you're coming out, Eleanor, you hear everybody going, "Heroes of Holman! Heroes of Holman!" As they're shouting more about the drinks. They don't really know what happened, but they're just happy they got free drinks. And you're walking out, feeling a little beat up from the interaction you had, even if you don't want to admit it. You feel guilty that you're being so harsh, but sure that it's the right decision. No father, in your opinion, would give you up. You knew Holman would never do it. Holman would take a bullet or take an arrow to the chest for you in a heartbeat, and you don't feel that way with your father at all. You feel like your father's just trying to buy your affection, but you are sad to hear your mother's gone, and you are sad to hear that he's dying. There's a part of you that wants to fix it, but
I'm debating on it.
But you can tell by
struggle.
his composure as he fell earlier that it's not long that you have. Yeah, he said you've got about a week to make it to Ildun, and or Ilden, and there you can maybe catch him before he leaves.
Sorry.
You're good.
You lot are quite the welcoming party here, and I'm really, really happy that we figured it out. I did not want to go to sleep tonight without that closure, and I'm so enthralled to have you guys here. Here's one to you, and he holds himself up his own pitcher of ale, and he cheers Harudal, Tud, Varian, and he takes a big drink, and you see this dwarf, and he's a bartender, and you see him put it down. Like, normally when people are like, this pale berry ale, it's delicious, but it gets the job done. And very rarely can you chug a full freaking pitcher of that stuff. And as he slogs it down, you see it going, you see his Adam's apple just as it's going through. And he chugs it, slams it down. And again, that tear is still on the crest of his face. And yeah, you guys are just kind of hanging out. And he starts tending to the other patrons. What are you guys going to do? Eleanor, you make it back up to the group.
I'm going to join him in that drink.
I order the strongest drink possible. That's not the Doom's whatever.
He doesn't sell Doomshine, thankfully.
God, thank God. But the strongest drink they have.
Eleanor trying to look tough. I would say Leopold, you pick up on it. The rest of you struggle with emotion. Leopold, you see what normally is Eleanor's slightly full of herself face, kind of wrinkled with just deep thought as she's getting this drink. He pours you, I think it's called, I have it right here. He poured you, if you want the strongest that he had the wine, the Tillsman's Infidel. So he poured you another glass of wine, but it's strong. It isn't like the one in the back that's just delicious. This one's like a fuck you up wine.
Yes, that's what I want.
Roll a Constitution save with disadvantage.
Gladly. Hey, motherfucker.
You look like you had quite the time back there with Julian.
He's talking to you, Eleanor.
Yeah, I know.
Noticing that you're kind of
12.
you just immediately grab the glass and just
that's exactly like.
And he realizes it's not the time to talk to you. And as being a bartender, he knows his job. He just smiles and moves on. But Leopold, you're sitting next to her, and
Eleanor, how are you doing? You look like you could use another one of those.
Yes, yes, I do.
Leopold, as saying it, Thom was already on it. You see him turn around. He's got two glasses. He slides them your way, and he just salutes. You're feeling it.
Do you happen to still have those scrolls so I could look them over?
For me, after this con, and then I'll tell you. 7.
Oh, you're fucked up. Eleanor, your real emotions are starting to shine about the situation because you got fucked up twice. The first one I was going to give it to you and you weren't going to exhibit your emotions, but now Eleanor, as you're asking about the scrolls, Eleanor, a tear rolls down her face, and then another one, and then another one, as she's putting it together that she's lost all of her parents. She feels like she has.
Maybe this isn't the time.
I would say you caught it. I would still say you caught the question. You're trying to maintain. Knowing Eleanor, you're probably like, I'm still in charge. I will get the scrolls.
Drunkenly, like, take the scrolls out of my bag and just, like, shove it in his face.
You get the scrolls, and they're both these old scrolls as you take a look. If you want to roll an Arcana check.
Do I notice that she's crying?
You're about 4 seats over. I would say, and you're not actively like digging around. You probably
it's cool.
26.
Immediately you notice that you have the scroll for what seems to be the spell known as Identify, and then on the next one you have a scroll that seems to be the spell of Minor Illusion. So you've got a couple of pretty big ones. You need some time and some resources to really research what those are and learn them. Maybe add them to your book. But right now, as you're looking at them, you're looking at your own book as you put it on there and kind of thumbing through all of your possessions. You're looking at the gold that Tut had accumulated. You're looking at the mushroom, and you're really starting to go, I need to go and get some clothing and reorganize this. And Leopold isn't as akin to the bear rug that he's wearing. He likes the idea of it, but he doesn't like the weight of it. He doesn't feel like it's worth what he has to carry around and bear. But as you're kind of looking through that, you have the urge to go and find a shop to kind of redo how you feel and look, and maybe get like a bath. That's probably what you're kind of picking apart, and that you definitely don't have the resources for the materials you might need to add these to your book, let alone more paper.
Well, since you seem a little out of sorts, I'm gonna go head out to the stores, go a little shopping, see if I can get me some
I don't know if I like Leopold.
better clothes. And maybe some things to jot down in a book.
Did you guys ever go through the gold you found from the
Nope.
Not yet.
So really
Haven't had a
quickly,
chance yet.
you guys are sitting there. Do you want to dig through it and kind of split it all up really quick?
I was gonna go up to the room because I didn't want to bust out and it like a big ass bag of gold.
That's what I was gonna suggest. Like, we all just kind of pile into the room, sit in a circle, and like divvy up the fucking gold.
Right now, some of you are not in the state. Pang is currently occupied. He's now on volume 3 of,
Wait, we got good.
150 facts.
Can I roll for 2 drinks that I have definitely
Yeah, go for
ordered
it.
at this fucking point?
Yeah, roll
Oh my
Constitution.
god.
We can always divvy up like the money in the morning after we all wake up.
You
How
see,
it's also
you
only
see
like 2
advantage,
PM
right?
now.
a guy comes in back into the bar without his shirt on. You see him sprint down, and he comes up to you and he's like, "This guy talks all sorts of shit, dude. You want to have some doom shine?" As he pours a shot and motions towards Pang.
Did I notice what happened with Naki?
No, you're on the other side of the room.
Nagi's about to get
Okay, so I've had my 2 drinks at this point, so I rolled a 10 and 15. So
You
apparently
saved on
I
one.
didn't-
On the other one, you're struggling. You're a little drunk. And by a little, I mean you're
little
starting to cognitively. I mean, you were kind of drunk before
So-
because you took one a little bit ago, I believe. But
So I'm investigating the drink then.
you smell it. It
About
doesn't
only a
smell
little bit.
bad.
No meta game.
In
Drink
my
it.
day, you understand that fact number 373.
You take it, and as
Oh,
it goes
God.
down, your vision widens to double the wideness, and as it starts to kind of form a painting, he turns into what looks to be an old man with a long beard, too long, going way low, and it kind of just seems to be like touching your leg, and as it starts touching your leg, you feel this playful nature take over you, and you start pawing at it, and you see his Pang is just sitting there patting at the old man's shoe at the base of him, just like pawing it. And you see the dude who's shirtless. He's like, "Bro, that's adorable, bro." And Pang in his little pink sweater is just pawing the foot of this old man, and all you hear is, and he's on the 3rd volume, 370 something. Tabaxi when they take, oh, what is it, Doomshine, they start to enact their natural order, what their predecessors brought. And as that's happening, you're noticing that Pang is just a full cat. he's just pawing, and then the old man reaches out and starts scratching you, and you're just like, you just Pang's losing his shit, and none of you know. None of you are aware. None of you are paying attention. Leopold is probably trying to figure out the gold because Leopold is aware that there is gold to be divvied up. Naki is focused on now planning what she's going to play later because like she has to do a concert. And Varian probably wondering how he was able to deflect the attack of a giant demon that seemingly would have brutalized him, but feeling like he needs to train more, but it'd be awkward if he pulled out his blades and started swinging them in a bar. Eleanor currently processing the potential loss of every parental figure around her in the matter of days, it feels. And Rudol currently wondering who it is the little girl is and what her purpose is. and what his purpose is and how he's going to process the, getting the body of Holman, and frankly, where to bury it. Because you guys don't really own property or anything. So as this is all going on, what do you guys all do next?
What time of day
Stumble
is
up
it?
to the room.
Yes. I'm gonna grab Tud by the shoulder. Tud, I'd love to go shopping with you, but we have a lot of gold that we need to divvy up real quick.
Yes, yes. the
Roll
gold. I was going to
stealth
mention
to see
that.
if you say that too loud, because you just said a lot of gold. And since you didn't enact it, I'm making you roll with disadvantage. Not bad.
13.
Duly noted. Continue.
I think we should go up to the room, kind of divvy this up, and then we could go shopping.
You see Thom down the bar, currently tending to another patron. You lot have bedroom. What is it? 3. You have bedroom 3.
All right.
3 it is.
Hey, thank you, Thom. And we go upstairs.
He salutes to you again.
I stumble after them.
Oh,
Sorry,
Eleanor is
Eleanor. I
struggling,
Grab my arm around
dude.
Eleanor to help her up the stairs.
I was just mumbling
sitting
like
on
all
the
kinds of
bar.
shit.
I decided to sit on the bar before this, and I'm just like talking to a bunch of people. Do I notice this happen?
The people you're talking, you see the group starting to shift upstairs.
Okay. See you later, guys. I gotta go for a minute. I'll come back later and perform a song. And so then I hop down.
Thanks,
and, like, follow
Naki.
them.
Can't wait to watch
You're
later.
welcome. Bye.
I love that none of us have said a word to this to Pang. He just has to sit there.
Dude, I'm just playing with this dude's shoe, man. I'm just fucking pawing away.
You're just fucking vibing, bro. It's
Yeah.
Fact number 447 of Tabaxi. He's currently got a feather on a stick, and he's currently dangling it next to Pang, and Pang is like scratching at it, and he catches it and he runs away, and it's just loud because he's fucking 5 feet tall, so you just hear because he's just running back and forth. And it's only the old man and the guy that's shirtless standing there going, "Bro, your cat's so weird, dude. Your cat is wearing like a sweater. Have you seen the dragon?" And the old man doesn't give a shit. He's too busy talking about facts. And Pang is currently just all enthralled there, lost in himself, as the rest of you seemingly go upstairs. And Naki, you just see them going up. Do you go with? Yeah. You went with. As you guys all get up to your room, you notice that this room is not the same one you stayed in last time. You stayed in room 2, and room 3 is actually a bit more ornate. You see nicer beds, you have a little bit more room. You even have what seems to be like a cooking oven on the side, and you do see a little bit of storage. So if you were to kind of head here for a little bit, you have a couple of places to put some stuff, a couple of chests in front of your beds. The basics. If you're planning to stay here for a little while, you've got a little bit of room to kind of unpack and unwind.
Cool.
I didn't note it, but you
Wow,
guys
this
did get a
place is
key to
super
it,
nice.
so as long as you lock it, generally fairly safe, but, probably don't leave anything of super value that's here. Eleanor, as drunk as she is, because she's fucked up, take another constitution save with disadvantage.
Fuck yeah.
Oh, you let it all out. You were telling them everything about what happened with you and your dad as you're going up the stairs, but as drunken as possible. It's just all of the dirt you guys have never heard from Eleanor. She keeps herself put together, but right now she's just letting it loose right into Harudal's ear as you just hear that you smell the breath beating down on your face from her as she's just intoxicated as can be. And in that same vein, as you guys are kind of as you guys are dealing with this, Thom catches on to the fact that the shirtless dude is back and that Pang is currently stuck playing with the shoe and other things of this guy and running around next to the fireplace. He comes over with that same thing and he throws it in your face, and all of the effects of alcohol and everything wears off at that instant. And you see the old man who's been sitting there and he's like, "Back number 742, the Tabaxi," and he's currently, there's like 8 books sitting on his lap. And you're looking down at the sweater that you're still happy with, by the way. You're not unhappy about the sweater
I like
because
that
you like
sweater.
the sweater. You do realize that all of your friends just left the bar, and Thom looks at you and he goes,
Still there.
They went upstairs.
Okay, real quick, can I grab the bottle of the what was it called, Dark Shine or?
"Oh, the guy has it. The guy, shirtless guy, has it." And the moment Thom really acknowledged and splashed you with it, he's like, "Bro, I ain't got nothing with you. No business. No funny business." And he runs out the door.
Okay. Do I remember that it was called Dark Shine though?
You have no
Doom
idea
Shine.
that's Doom
Doom
Shine.
Shine.
No idea.
Doom shine.
Dark Doom Shine. Okay,
You have no
well,
idea what you just drank. You just drank it.
Okay, well, I guess I'm just gonna wander upstairs and thank the guy while I'm leaving. Like, hey man, thanks for the sweater, but I need to go catch up with my group.
Oh, don't worry. Always have facts to share. Come on by.
I'll definitely consider it. And then I go upstairs.
I'll try ping and follow him.
While that is happening, I've pulled out that other bag of gold that I found.
Okay.
And have started breaking it into even piles.
You had all the gold, so you have that. What, 283?
I have that, and I have the gold from Thom.
The
Okay, the
180.
gold in the bag, just so that you have totals if you want to start taking notes.
Yep.
I'll
You
do
have
that.
from the bag from the dungeon, you had 285 gold pieces and 63 silver pieces. And then you had the 190 gold from Thom and the 1 platinum piece he gave back.
It's 180 from Thom actually, because
Yeah.
I gave him that
Oh, yeah.
10 back.
I'd be.
But
The platinum we can't break up though unless there's a bank.
Could we put it in the reserve?
I was planning on it.
Yeah, we can put it in the reserve. I'm okay with that.
Harudal is
Okay.
kind of splitting it all up. Paying, you make your way up, and everybody, as Farian, you're kind of like acknowledging it. The sweater looks hilarious on him. And you're kind of trying to keep your composure as you're getting up there, and the door opens, and you guys all look, and you see Pang, who is now warm. He is currently carrying, and he didn't realize it when he kind of put it with him, a ball of yarn.
Ooh, Ping, I like your sweater.
Thanks, it's really warm.
Yeah, it looks nice, Ping.
Papa, remember to split
Yep.
between all of us and
And the party.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, just wanted to
yeah.
make sure you remembered.
And you guys have no
Um,
idea that she vented her emotions, but she did not vent that she was given 150 platinum pieces, so...
A rogue knows to keep her mouth shut about my name.
So as it all breaks down, all right, so everybody is getting 70 gold and 10 silver, and then for our party fund there is 55 gold and 13 silver.
Okay.
And I actually took 10 of it out of my own from the payment from Thom, so I'm only taking 20 of it
Okay.
to replace the extra gold that I gave him.
Oh, I'll here.
I got you. I'll paste it.
With
Okay, yeah.
giving the money to Eleanor, you have to give it to her body, so you'd have to make an investigation to find the appropriate satchel of money, because she's too wasted to actually pick it up herself.
Okay.
She's currently on the cusp of falling asleep.
That was almost really good, and then it rolled to a 9, so 11.
It's actually bad for her that you rolled low. As you're kind of thumbing around on her waist, politely, you're not being weird, you're just kind of like, which pouch is it? You see
Like, where?
another bag like you see a bag there, and you're like, oh, is this her money? And you open it, and you see a bag of platinum pieces.
That's interesting. Are you asleep?
She's drunk as shit.
I'm gonna swat his hand away and be like, "Don't touch."
Right. Well, I guess I'm holding on to your gold for right now. Then, whatever.
I'm just gonna do like the drunken like.
So you currently are holding on to her portion.
Yep.
Not that she needs it, based off of the simple glance you had into that bag. She has
Yeah.
more than what that whole bag had.
Shut up. I was gonna do something with it. Shut up.
Well, maybe he got the wrong bag. If he had rolled higher, he would have found the appropriate bag and not opened that other one. So.
Well, and I want you to know I'm not like keeping your gold from you. You're just really drunk. I'll give this to you when you sober up. Then whatever.
Like,
roll a Constitution save this time without disadvantage. I'm gonna see if you divulge where that platinum came from because you're drunk and you might just impulse say it. You tell them. So Eleanor just drunkenly goes, "It's my dad's drunken fucked up money." Like, and you guys all now are paying attention as you realize that the bag that she has right there is full of platinum. And that guy was her dad. Some of you might not have caught on to that because some of you ran inside.
Dad?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that seems very generous of him. That was very kind to give you money.
fuck that guy. Fuck him.
Well, I mean, it's very nice. That's a lot of money from what I saw right there. That's very kind of him.
Fuck him. Fuck him. No, fuck him.
She's currently got a wine glass. She snuck up with her and she's taking another sip on the bed. The wine's spilling on her bed. This place has 6 beds, by the way, so there's enough room for everybody.
I'm spilling wine.
Well, I mean, I don't want to get into her business, but I still got to go do my shopping.
Go
What-
do your
what time is
shopping.
And it was like 2 p.m. when we
Yep.
got back here, so middle of the day, roughly.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, I was that fucked up middle of the day.
You were fucking wasted. Eleanor's gonna pass out and wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Did you say shopping?
Accurate.
What?
I did.
Yeah.
I actually,
I wanna
so
go
I
shopping.
clue on in this, and I want to go shopping as well.
Maybe I can afford the cool sparkly things at that shop.
Seeing Eleanor
that's
like
actually
this
where I was
paying,
planning to go.
seeing Eleanor like this
Huh?
paying, you do realize that Thom has some sort of cure for that because you were pretty drunk too, and he gave you something and it immediately reverted all of the effect. Or you guys can leave Eleanor. Either way.
Wow.
I'm just letting him know that he saw a something that Thom had that could cure.
So I was cognitive enough for it then.
You were cognitive to understand that you were under an effect, and then all of a sudden you weren't, and that if that whatever that was that Thom did to you made you go back to where you were.
Okay, so I'm gonna go downstairs and ask Thom about it then.
Okay, so
Real
you see
quick.
Thom at the bar,
While
and he
we're
sees you
going-
coming down, and he's like, "Oh, hi there."
Hey, Thom, real quick, what did you splash me with?
It's a family secret. Why do you need a bit more?
Not for myself, but I do need it.
Is it easy to Eleanor?
Yes.
Who would have guessed?
Aye.
He grabs the little bottle, and he's like,
If you don't mind showing me where she's at.
Okay, let's go upstairs to the room then.
he walks upstairs, and he's like,
I do just want to say you
Fuck
look
him.
fucking fantastic in that sweater.
Thank you.
You're really pulling it off. Some men can't wear pink, but you're just
Dude, this is just making me love this sweater.
Well, this is all happening. I've kind of nudged Tud and gave him the signal for let's go and go shop.
"Oh, so you guys leave?" Naki was already ready to go too.
Oh, then Naki's coming with us too.
So you guys,
I'm drunk.
those guys
What?
walk out the door. Varian, what are you doing? You staying with Eleanor?
I'll stay behind.
As Eleanor's like, you guys walk out,
Have
the three
fun.
of you.
Good luck.
Wait up.
It's
We're gonna be
probably
right
at this
there.
point you guys have been drinking for a bit. You got here at about 2 p.m. It's been about an hour and a half of various things. There's no way he read through that much of those books, and 15 minutes maybe he might have skipped some stuff. Who knows? As he gets up there, you guys pass by. Thom walks in and he sees Eleanor fucked up, flailing on the bed, and she sees Pang in a pink sweater, and she's like, "That's a
pig sweater.
Oh my god. Thanks, sweater.
And he comes over and splashes you in the face with something, and like that, you are back to completely sober.
What was I saying? Nice
I don't
sweater.
rightly know, but I wish you the best.
And he turns around and
Thank you
walks
so much,
out.
Tom.
No problem.
And he walks out, and
I'm gonna give him 10 gold because
he sees you reaching for your coin purse, and you see his attention shift back from leaving to just coming over.
yeah, I know.
And you grab 10 gold out, which you could have grabbed just a platinum if you want, and make it easier on yourself instead of thumbing 10 gold.
Oh yeah, I guess I could give him a platinum.
You just grab a platinum out like a boss, and he sees the platinum piece.
I don't know where you guys are getting this, but this kind of coin is always welcome at the Cloak and Stagger.
And you see as he's thumbing it in front of you, you see it shrink into his palm. He smiles and turns around with like a victorious like waltz as he's
This guy is getting so fucking rich.
yeah, he just got paid today.
I mean, I just returned the platinum that he gave us that we gave him.
Harudal already did that, but you forgot about it.
Oh, whatever.
Either way, Thumb is a happy camper. As this happens, the rest of you walk outside to find that the rain has subsided, leaving a slightly cloudy day and like that fresh smell of rain, removing the once stench that would kind of crowd the streets of Aros of just common living and poor sewage treatment. There's definitely a little bit of that, and the area that you're in isn't the best place, but it isn't the worst. You do know that the Immins keepsakes had a bunch of magical items, and maybe she sells some armor as well. But you also know that the Traveler's Jacket is a place you've heard of and seen kind of sponsor the arena. You can go there if you want to go visit the Traveler's Jacket.
I'd like to go to the Warforged lady shop first.
Okay.
If
Amen.
possible.
Yeah, it's real quick.
Emmons, right? Yeah.
What was that? Was
Real
that Ping?
quick, before we go shopping, can we take a small break really quick?
Well, you
Like,
aren't with
IRL?
us. It's myself.
Yeah, right now
and
it's
Tud and
Rudol,
Rocky.
Tud, and Naki. So if you want to go take a quick break, you're welcome to go and take a
Okay.
quick one. Just keep your
Alright, be right
webcam
back.
on because it makes everything all fucked up when people leave.
When somebody leaves. Yep,
Yep.
we'll do.
So I
Um,
think Emmons first, and then we heard something about Traveler's Jacket, Tud.
Sounds great. We can do it in that order if you'd like.
Or the other way. I mean, whichever one's easier.
No,
if we
that's
see
fine.
one
We
along
can
the
go
way.
Emmons first. We'll go to Emmons first.
Okay. And we start heading off.
you guys start heading following the
Naki,
same
you coming?
path.
Yeah, I'm right behind you.
Varian, you saw Ping tend to Eleanor. Eleanor's kind of gathering composure, and from your window, you see the other figures walking and kind of figuring out where they're going. You have an opportunity at both of you if you want to go with them or wait.
I'll just point out what I see. Eleanor, you trying to go to the store with them, or are you chilling?
Let's meet you and hang back, and we'll go on our own.
All right.
Peng
sounds good.
actually literally went to go to the bathroom. So Peng walked out and attended and like went to the left. And
Like he was asking a break in IRL.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Peng literally was like, all right, I gotta go take a shit. And you guys, in your room, it's nicely insulated, but in the other room, you probably could have heard it. So thankfully, you're in the nice room. You guys stay together. The rest of you are heading towards Immins. It takes you a good 10 minutes as you walk through the streets of Aros, and you eventually get to the familiar shop of Immins and can walk on in. The doors are currently open. You see her wife outside sweeping, and she just kind of nods as you guys are walking in.
The human lady, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Hey, do you know a good place to go buy stuff for like writing down spells and such?
I honestly don't know. I just for spells and stuff, I'd honestly say Imin's probably the best. But whatever you're looking for.
Sounds great. Glad we went to the right place.
Of course, you're always in the right place, dear.
And she continues sweeping on the front.
Cool.
As you walk inside, again, the ornate shop, very neat, very well lit. Big glass cases, very industrial, steampunky designs, gears moving things around, and chambers that shift as everything happens. You see the familiar shape of Imond as she turns to look at you with a very, very comforting but uncomforting smile. And she looks at you guys as you come in and goes, "Welcome in. I hope that I can be of service to you all."
Well, I sure hope so. I mean, I know my friend here was looking for some magic stuff.
Magic stuff? Don't worry, I have plenty.
You see as she turns and shifts, and you see her walk. Again, the moment she kind of moves from her counter space, she shifts and kind of moves in a more organic state as she walks over, and then as she gets to another chamber, another glass panel on the side, you see as her hand shifts into what looks to be a key. The key unlocks something, and the thing all evolves and as it shifts around, and you see stacks of paper, various inks, and other little magical supplies, empty vials, bound books that look to be highly ornate in nature.
This is the place.
What is it I can assist you with?
Oh, I just need some papers so I can write spells down on, studies.
How much is
stuff
it
like
you're
that.
looking for?
Just, a few papers for now.
Well,
And then some ink.
every page runs about 5 gold pieces per page, and then every bit of ink, every vial of ink, if you're looking for the wizardry type, that runs about 50 gold pieces.
So I'll take about 2 pages, and I'll take a vial of ink as well.
No problem.
She quickly motions over, and as she grabs the items, you see as her hands shift, and she turns around, and it goes from the items that she's holding, and the moment she shifts and it obscures all of your vision, it turns around, and it's in a neatly made sack. It is like branded with her same little ornate design for the logo on the front, and it's in this bag, and there's the paper neatly kept and the vial of ink. She motions with her hand for the payment.
And I hand over the 67 gold pieces, or 60 gold pieces.
Thank you very much for your patronage.
And she hands you the bag.
Oh no, thank you. And I tie it to my belt, or rope, I guess, is what you would have.
Yeah, just the basics. She's wondering why this man who's struggling in poverty is buying paper and ink with all of his hard-earned money, because you look like a beggar. But,
I turn to Tud, because I would still have my bag on. Say, you're more than welcome to put that in the bag. I can carry it and just give it back to you when we're back at the tavern.
Oh, that sounds great. I untie it and I put it in his bag.
You might not want to put it in the bag. It has paper that doesn't want to be folded.
Oh, wait.
Oh,
then
yeah,
I don't.
fair. Okay, never mind.
You don't have a binder or anything yet. She has things like that if you need a simple binder and other things to keep the structure of the paper, but if it gets too crumbled, it can be... this paper isn't the same size of your current book. It is more standardized sized. So you would need a new binding if you wanted that as well.
What about any types of binding? Mine is I pull out
Your sad state of wizardry. As you pull it out, she sees in common written across this leather-bound book, seemingly book, but it's more like a wrap that holds the pages from falling out. It says Wizard, but the R's backwards. And
I have a few things that could be of an upgrade to you.
and she turns around and she gets this very ornate, nice leather sleeve that is very easy to slot the pages in that you bought. And
You look like you could be of assistance.
she turns around and you see her fashion a few more pages.
This is for possible future patronage. It's on the house.
And feeling bad for you, she hands you the binding with another 3 pages of high quality paper.
Well, thank you kindly. I very much appreciate this.
No problem. Maybe next time wear appropriate clothes for being in this type of an establishment.
I am working on that as well.
Harudal, you're caught off guard because Todd would never get rid of his shirt.
Or the bear cape.
Yeah.
I take out the scimitar and present it to her, and I was wondering if you might be able to refine this edge. I have a feeling this blade may have seen better days before it came into my possession.
This appears to be a blade that has definitely, as you said, seen better days.
She picks it up, and you see as her hand shifts into a sharpening tool, and just very lightly kind of getting a feel for the blade. You see as she thumbs it down.
This could use maybe some new bindings, perhaps a bit of a resharpening, as well as possibly maybe some attunements, enchantments, and other things I could do. But if you're just looking for a basic service, I'd be more than happy to assist with that. That would be 5 gold pieces for the servicing of this weapon.
Probably just the basic package there, at least for the time being. I do have one more question for you though. After you're done with that, possibly 2 questions actually.
Feel free to ask me while I'm working.
You see as her body shifts over, the back again turns around. There's an anvil and all the stuff she needs to smith the weapon. She starts working on it, and you hear clang as she's sharpening it. She's reforging the weapon. The bindings have been stripped off. This is going really fast, by the way. This is not a normal blacksmith where it's you hear gurng, gurng, you hear. Yeah, she's kind of just like basically rebuilding this weapon to be completely fine.
Fuck yeah. I was wondering if you possibly purchase items that people bring in.
Of course. What is it that you're looking to sell? Definitely if it's magical in nature.
Unfortunately, it's not magical, but I mean, you'd seem rather skilled. You could probably make it magical with no problem. And I take the flail off of my character's belt and very carefully set it down on the counter.
Yes, I would be interested in this slightly worn flail. Looks like it's seen some service.
As she hands you back your scimitar, she motions for the 5 gold pieces.
Yes, of course.
You're looking at the scimitar, and there is now this light white ornate leather that's been wrapped and perfectly bound. The blade itself looks to have been reforged, cleaned, and it looks almost this perfect silver of the scimitar. You see the lines that would have once been dinged and beat up being reshaped in this perfect blade. You have actually discovered that this scimitar was actually a scimitar with +1.
Oh, shit.
And it's feeling good as you kind of dig around for it.
Hell yeah. So I mean, as far as the flail goes, this is beautiful craftsmanship, by the way. Thank you very much for fixing the blade for me.
No problem. It's in a day's service.
As far as the flail goes, what would you do for me with that? I don't really need that anymore. This blade will suffice.
Well, this flail has definitely seen better days. It looks like it has probably been around for approximately 37 years, and has definitely met, for some important individuals, their fate, and definitely possibly been the last thing that they have seen. As I can pick apart and see between the grooves of the flail, I can offer you an amount of 7 gold pieces.
I feel like that's more than fair. I would appreciate that.
Of course.
As she does this, you see her reach down to her side, and you hear ching 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 ching, and she reaches over and drops 7 gold pieces into your hand.
Pleasure as always doing business with you.
Now, for the second part of my question there, I was wondering if you may have a blade that may be similar to the one that you just repaired for me that I might be able to purchase.
A blade?
Another scimitar or like a short sword, something along those lines.
I sell the various magic weapons. In fact, the ordinance that required me to no longer sell weapons was just recently lifted. I've been in the process of actually redecorating my store with various wares. but I don't sell regular weapons. Usually I will take weapons and then enchant them to be better weapons, because I don't believe that a skilled warrior such as yourself should be carrying such a miserable device, because combat should be about efficiency and definitely about making the target meet their end as soon as possible.
I completely agree with that. Do you maybe have something in mind that
Yes, I in fact
might
do.
pair well with this scimitar?
She walks over and you go to one of the aisles you passed. You kind of eyed it, but you're in a weapons shop with lots of ornate things and different items. You eyed it, but you were focused on getting your objectives done. And at the time, Todd was leading the pack, trying to get his paper. She takes you back to this glass case. This glass case inside is this nice red velvety texture that's holding all these weapons in place. Again, you saw these grooves before when you walked in here when they were all taken down, but now you're seeing the weapons repopulated. And she looks towards what appears to be a short sword. The short sword has jagged edges on both sides, and riddled up and down, you see the pattern of a snake going all the way down the tip of the blade, and then wrapping itself around the handle, and it making the kind of deep metal grooves of the actual handle itself, as what design of the snake envelops into the hilt of the blade.
This is the Cobra Sting. This is by far one of my favorite light weapons.
As she reaches up, the glass recedes into the ground, and almost as if the moment her presence is there, the glass moves away. She grabs the blade and she steps back far enough away that she's not going to hurt anybody. And you see her hand swing, taking a combat stance. And as she swings the blade, you see trails of green energy leaving as it kind of switches back. She then pulls it back into her hand.
Definitely by far one of my favorite weapons. It has seen a few people's fate. Let's just say back in the Great War, I was a bit of a badass.
For the first time, you feel like she's actually being kind of jovial around you and interacting. You don't really catch emotion with Warframe or Warforged that often, and you definitely feel that she's now that you guys have given some patronage, she's starting to open up a little bit.
That was some very impressive blade work there.
Oh, don't worry. I've kind of moved on to bigger and better things. I feel like working on wares is my true calling. But at a time, I was known for what I could do out on the field. This blade here, though, is something that I feel few would be qualified to have. Now, this blade has a bit of a history of causing some permanent damage to he who would be on the other end of it. It is a bit expensive, though, going for about 400 gold pieces.
Well, I appreciate you showing me that blade. That is pretty outside of my budget right now, to be completely honest with you.
I totally understand. One thing we do offer here is we do offer a program that allows you to work on payments. Now, that is contingent on your coming back to my humble abode. But if you were to put a deposit down of, say, 50 gold pieces, I'd be willing to work with you for some time.
You can tell she's a bit of a haggler, and she doesn't like the idea of someone not taking her offer.
So 50 gold, and then I would just have to come back and pay?
Yeah, just an offer. She would have to write a paper up. You could definitely get the idea that you would be contingent on fulfilling your end, or you and your party would presumably, based off of her composure, lose access to her shop and probably be turned in for theft. But if you were to uphold your end of the deal, you could procure yourself a blade a bit earlier than you could.
Well, I actually really appreciate that offer. What if I gave you 100 gold right now, just to secure that blade for myself, and then as we come into more money, if there's more jobs out there doing, I'd be more than happy to pay the rest of the sum.
How about this? What if I were to offer you a job that would fulfill the other end of the portion?
You've got my interest.
Let's first finish this trade. If you're willing to offer the 100 gold pieces, I would be willing to give you a bit of an adventure that I've needed done for some time. But unfortunately, as things kind of got a bit more treacherous between towns, it has made a few of these things a bit more difficult for my normal caravans to carry goods that I need to get back from some of the outer stretches
out here from the Arena of Aros. Would you be willing to perhaps travel for me?
I mean, I can't speak for the rest of my party, but I would be more than willing. I assume if there's gold involved for the rest of the party, that they may want to partake in this adventure as well.
There would be a surprisingly high amount of gold. In fact,
Well,
the current rate for the adventure that I'm speaking of is 1,500 gold pieces.
holy crap! Okay, count us in. Give me
I'm
all
in.
the information you want, and we'll get it done.
Well, perfect. But remember, if you take this offer, it is contingent. If you are going to procure the blade, that means the pieces would drop down to 1,200 gold pieces, seeing as I would have to collect on the remaining 300.
That is fair enough, and I would just, I turn to Todd and say, I'll just take that out of my share of whatever, and I think that's reasonable.
Naki,
Sounds good to
Naki,
me.
what are you doing in the shop, by the way? They've been over here talking about stuff.
I'm just looking at everything, and then like once it seems like she's not super busy anymore, I walk up to her.
Well, right now they're still currently busy, but I just was wondering what you were walking around looking at.
I was walking around looking at all the stuff on the walls and stuff and touching them.
You see, and a lot of them are behind glass cases, but you see a lot of ornate weapons, armor pieces. You see some shields. You see like different like bandage like pieces. You see some pauldrons that are really ornate, and then you see the case that had all those little like shiny pieces that they were offering to Tud before. Lots of different ornate and presumably magical items here.
Yeah, I'm just looking at them. I'm in trance.
Okay.
I don't know what else I could be doing.
Yeah, you're just kind of waiting for your turn as they're currently talking, but I just want to check on you because I know you're kind of waiting. Now, this job involves a bit of different things, but my contact over in, and you can tell she's processing it right now. My contact over in Crossmarch has been unfortunately unable to actually bring the weapons that I've needed. I've been requesting an order of about 15 great swords that I'm currently working on for the Shields of Glydian. Now, I need those blades here as soon as possible, so I'm looking for a turnaround of 1.5 weeks to get this all completed. So if you were able to make your way to Crossmarch, get the wagon of weapons, and deliver it back to here in that time, I would be willing to fulfill my end of the bargain of relieving you of your debt, as well as 1,200 gold pieces.
I mean, that sounds like a fair deal to me. Tud, Naki, what do you guys think?
Whatever you want to do, Dolly, I'm okay.
Sounds great.
All
I
right,
think it's doable.
let's consider that a deal then. I'll tell the rest of the party as soon as we get back to the tavern and go from there.
Awesome. That would be more than perfect. Now, let me write this up for you. You see as she goes over and she gets a piece of paper and she starts writing almost inhumanly fast. She just dips in the ink. Dips in the ink. And then she signs it. And with a very human signature, by the way. It looks very, very organic the moment it goes to that. The rest of it is like calligraphy, very well detailed. As it details basically what you're doing. You have to talk to somebody named... let me see the name of it here on the document. You need to talk to someone named Xavier at Crossmarch. Machinery.
Cool.
You take that, you've got the blade, you're still kind of acclimating to it, but the blade itself is a normal short sword with the ability to enact poison damage. And it requires a certain save. I'm going to put it in your character sheet as we're kind of working on the rest of the stuff.
Naki, were you trying to purchase anything at this fine establishment?
Yeah. Big, pretty machine lady.
Yes, what can I assist you with, my dear?
Do you still have those sparkly things you were holding for me from last time?
Yes.
Out of campaign question as the DM, what exactly were they?
I don't remember. There was like a dagger.
Oh
and
yeah,
some other
there was a
stuff.
dagger, and then there was I think there was like a
It was
heart
like a
shaped brooch.
wasn't it?
Yeah, it was like a heart shaped brooch that had the ability to
Yeah.
like keep you alive if you were to go down.
Yeah.
These items you're looking for, my dear?
And she pulls them out in this box, and inside the box you see your name written across in this calligraphy, Fornaki.
Yeah, those ones. How much were they again? Because I don't know if I have enough yet.
Now, look, darling, my wife actually informed me of who it is you are. Unfortunately, I didn't recall, but I've actually seen you perform quite a few times. If you were interested, I'd be willing to offer you this one.
She picks up the heart shaped one.
For admittedly a very small sum of gold for my establishment, but the idea of Naki Dimdani carrying one of my items is something that would do far more for me than the paltry sum of gold I could attain. This I would be
Oh
willing to
yeah,
sell
I'll
to
wear
you
it
for...
proudly.
Oh, of course. This I would sell to you for 25 gold pieces.
That is
Okay.
175 gold discount, by the way.
Okay.
So you hand her the 25 gold pieces, you put the brooch on. The brooch, I'll put it in your sheet here in a little bit, but essentially if you go down, you have the ability once per day to get back up with 1 HP without having to roll any of your death saves. So it basically gives you an extra life once per day.
Sweet. Thank you. Does it look pretty?
Looks beautiful, darling.
Thanks, pretty machine lady. Is there anything
She would
else
have
you think
blushed
would be
if
good?
she did blush. You see her face, it's just a full smile.
What was that?
Do you have anything else you think that would be good for me? I'm a bard, so I do singing and stuff.
I may have just the thing.
She goes over and grabs the loot, but the moment she grabs it, it just like, no matter what it is, you just don't care. She starts to show off this loot and starts strumming a couple of chord patterns on it. You look at your loot and know the importance of the build you did with Holman, and no matter what it is, what it can do for you, it doesn't matter.
I think I'm okay with the loot I have right now because this one is special.
What's so special about it?
The only person I ever knew as a dad gave it to me, and he's not here anymore. So this is my loot, and he made it by himself. Can you make it better?
The loot that she was demonstrating,
This one that I have here has the ability to carry a bit further than normal. It doubles the range of any effects that may benefit somebody.
Machine lady, sorry to interrupt you, but I just don't want. I want this one that I already have.
Hold on, honey.
and you see as she kind of looks at the one that she has, and she traces her finger over it, kind of determining what gives it that ability.
I would be willing to augment your current one, but that requires a bit of time. That would be something I could tune it with. As I mentioned, that doubles the effects of whatever it is your loot can do for you. Makes the music travel further, almost double the range, and any sort of thing that you use this to cast, that could also be doubled. But I could do that for you, but it'd be fairly expensive, running at about 200 gold pieces, as that does take up quite a bit of my time.
Well, when I get more money, I'll come and maybe do it as long as it doesn't change the way that it looks.
Oh, don't worry. I know how special that is to you, and it is a beautiful, beautiful loot.
Thank you.
She cheers back up, knowing that there's very clearly importance here, but she doesn't want to step on anything.
Yeah, I'll come back when I have more money, but I am okay.
Well, it seems like you might be running into some money here soon, so don't worry about that. You might be just fine.
Thanks, pretty machine lady.
She nods again, looking at the rest of you guys as you guys are, you see Leopold neatly taking care of his items, putting the paper in place into the new book as he's kind of getting everything prepared.
I ran up to Horadal. Dolly, look, I got this pretty brooch. What do you think?
It's beautiful. It's a great item. I'm very happy for you.
Yeah, and it helps me if I am injured.
Well, that's fantastic. I'm really ecstatic to hear that. And
Yeah.
I pat her on the head.
Awesome.
Now, is there anything else I can assist you guys with?
I believe that will be all for now. Thank you very much for your time.
Perfect. Well, thank you again for coming into Immense Keepsakes. You're always welcome for business. And remember, just as a reminder, that needs to be completed and returned back to my possession with the wagon full of grave swords that I requested within a week and a half's time. That puts you at 11 days.
All right, consider it a done deal.
Of course. Now, best seeing you soon.
You guys walk out of the store, and with that, we pan back to the remaining party as Pang returns from his trepidatious adventure into the bathrooms of the Cloak and Stagger, coming back feeling accomplished. You guys did, if you were in the other room, you would have heard like kicking of dirt. Just
Oh my gosh. So you guys ready to go, or?
Hang on. You know you're muted, right?
Me?
No.
Oh.
Hey,
Oh, good.
Yeah, I was muted.
Vicky, look at Fantasy Grounds.
yeah, if you guys really want to, you want to call here.
You.
Okay, so with the remainder of the group, everybody's feeling a bit tired. So with that, for the first time in our session's history, we're not ending with a cliffhanger. Well, if you call shopping a cliffhanger.
It is.
What will we buy next? Ooh.
As everybody, as you guys are kind of getting stuff figured out, you guys are getting ready to pack up and make your way back out into the day. The remaining group is coming up on a unfamiliar shop. As you approach the shop, you see very detailed stonework on the outside of what's called the Traveler's Jacket. And you see some clothing detailed on the outside windows. And as you walk in, you see a man with long, long black hair and just a very light, nicely trimmed mustache. He looks at you, and as soon as he's about to say something, we'll call it next week. And we'll figure out what is.
There's the cliffhanger.
There's the cliffhanger.
Yes, Daddy.
And with all of that, for those of you who do watch on YouTube, I do just want to say thank you for watching and catching us live. Thank you for those of you who are hanging out in chat. I appreciate all of the support as always. We are having a blast playing the D&D and hanging out every Saturday night and getting some stuff done. Lynn is tired of rolling nat ones. She just did not want to do it at another institution tonight. It's just not a way that you want to end the night. She actually just ended up 150 platinum above and wants to call it there because that's a good win for all things considered. Yeah, we'll catch up on all of this next week. We appreciate you guys, and we'll see you on the next session of Slice and Dice. Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.